like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
Tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
Unfair, there's no one there to look after you. Your disciples are scared, but they will all come back to you. Yeah, they will all come back to you. But nobody there no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. Was Jesus' father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after him. Yeah, the devil's always after him. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write it Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down. No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. Should all take a good last look around. It's closing time. Hollywood, the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming any time, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found? For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls?
least another mile and hold it down. But won't you all the while, all the while? Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Could you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. And I wonder now if you knew somehow I was following behind. I'm on a cloud to help me write down this song of mine. You hold your head down, 'cause it's always on your mind. It's always on your mind. Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Could you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. You should say anything I can do for you. Should say anything I can do for you. Should say anything I can do for your love. 'Cause for love you're gonna need two roads have crossed. I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Would you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, we'll just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. So I want for my life to have love is
All right, let's do it then.
Nah, bro. Nah, bro.
You need to chill.
Nah, go.
I was
Get 'em.
like, yo, I was like, yo, ordering drinks, whatever we drinking is me, her, my sister. We drinking, we drinking, Party's going on over here.
What about over there?
Party's going over there. Say ho.
I got you. Go.
Anyways, so my friend's just standing there. She's just standing there, and I'm like, yo, what's up? Like, you weird. You mad weird. She's like distant and trying to. I see she's trying to hit angles. I mean, I'm trying to be like, yo, what's up? So like, but she's just distant, right? And she's just trying to give angle. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? Oh, there's this guy that I think is really cute. Okay, so what's she doing? Well, my thing. And I was like, Huh? Yeah, I'm just doing my thing. Okay, holla at me whenever you're done doing your thing. 15, 20, 30, 45, an hour and a half pass. Nothing happens. Me, I'm like, all right, it's about to be 2 in the morning. So, yo, I tell my sister, you hungry? She's like, yeah. Yo, we finna go eat. Hop in. We get to the place. It's right next. It's close by. We start ordering. She's pissed off, pouting. I'm like, yo, what the hell wrong with you? Like, well, you didn't let me do my thing. I was like, do what thing? It's like, well, the guy's there, and I was trying to get his attention. I'm like, bitch, how? Well, I was doing my thing. And I'm like, you wasn't doing shit. What do you mean doing your thing? You weren't doing shit. It's like, well, you didn't let me because we left. I'm like, boo-boo, honey, chicken, cherry, chow, honey, bunny bunch with a slice of lime and a cherry on top. What thing? It's been an hour and a half you standing there sipping on that drink. I mean, girl, what are you doing? And she got pissed off. And I'm like, you know what? You need to talk to mother. You're just there being, I hate when you motherfuckers do that and then you complain that nothing is happening. You staying there. Sometimes your way to flirt is to ignore people. It's like, yo, I was like, you know what? Get up. I paid the bill. Like, get up, let's go. We're going in. I'm like, yo, we're back at a spot. The guy's there. Go talk to him. And then you'll know. Even if it rejects you, you'll know. If he says no, you'll know. If he says he has a girl, at least you'll be in the know. But you're gonna be there on the side of the bar, trying to put some lipstick, and then get. No, go talk to a motherfucker. That's also part of equality. You wanna go get some. Go ask. You know what? You know how many girls? That's been since I was in elementary school. How many girls be like, oh, you got a girl? Oh, I was interested. And I'm like, for how long? Oh, for the past 2 years. Bitch! What? What?
I'm going to my quiet place.
And then now you gonna tell me I got a whole situation, I got a whole girlfriend, and you tell me now, like now when I'm locked up, oh, you got a girl now. All right. Oh, well, that's too bad. What the mean it's too bad? Oh, because I had a crush on you. I got kind of a thing for you for like the past 2 years. Really deep crush, I couldn't stop thinking. Bitch, you telling me now? Yo, girls, this ain't it. This ain't it.
How you expect them to know?
I can't, I guess, but like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess I just, I have to, like, I don't know how to tell them,
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely scary to get rejected, but better to get rejected, to ask and to get rejected than to never ask and still get rejected.
True.
Because if you never ask, you'll never know and you'll never get a result. But at least if you try, then you know. But you might be missing out on all kinds of opportunities to have great relationships with people just because you're letting your fear hold you back.
Yeah.
You're kind of stuck in purgatory. You're not going to hell or heaven. You're just stuck in no man's land. So just go for it. Girls don't know I'm into. Did you ask them? No. Yo, this job don't want to hire me. Did you apply? No. Well, nigga, what you want me to do for you? Gotta apply. I can't help you.
So come on,
Let's do that.
Yeah. This job don't want to hire me. Did you apply? No. Then nigga, why are you still here? Go apply for your job.
Well, it's kind of hard to be rejected.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm going to reiterate the same point I made before. Motherfuckers need to put in some effort. You guys, I get it. It hurts. There's no way around it. Take some risks. Don't be a coward.
Everybody's hurt.
See, so I can't put it any other way.
Sometime.
And as far as like that whole expectations, bro, I dealt with that so many times. Girls come to me multiple years later. Oh, how come we never went on a date?
How am I supposed to?
It's when? When did you make yourself interested? The whole time.
How?
You never said anything. You didn't suggest anything. I was oblivious. Yeah, but remember that one time where we were at that party? You mean the one where I caught you by surprise there? Yeah. What about it? She goes, well, when I was there, Nah, bro. I was in my Zen spot and then, nah. Okay,
Cause that's real. I feel it. That's
Nah, bro.
I'm hot now. God damn, this real.
Nah, bro.
Wow.
If she played with her hair, if she glances at you, how do I know she doesn't think I'm a creep? Maybe she's glancing, she's like, damn, that guy might follow me home. I don't know why she's looking at me.
Oh, bro, listen.
In this day and age especially, you think I'ma just take a chance when you feel stronger than I do.
And now it's guys too, apparently, because this guy was like, yeah, well, you know, I'm
not even that mad at them for partially, only a little bit, because like of the climate we live in. Going up to the wrong girl and saying something, he's creepy. No, he just tried a shot. Stop complaining, because if this nigga was Christian Bale, you'd have been like, hey man, you could bail me out and get this. You would have said yes. Guys, ladies, please, if you're interested, take a chance. Go for it. Take it.
It's time. Girls, it's time.
This time. But he's gonna think I'm too masculine. I never heard no man.
No.
As long as you're not like, hey nigga, can I get some? As long as you're like, today I got time, nigga. As long as you're not going on some hood. I promise you, if you go up to the guys like, hey, I actually thought you were cute, and I want to strike up a conversation, they might be thrown off because we're not used to it. But I ain't never heard of a guy who was interested in a girl. She came up to him first, and then he wasn't interested. I have never heard that.
No.
I have never. You know what? I've never heard of a dude who wanted to bang a girl. They were chit-chatting, they were talking, and the girl's like, I want to bang tonight, and the guy was like, nah. I never heard of that.
And the guy was like,
if he wants you and you come forward, he'd be like, yeah.
let's go.
Yo, get the PlayStation controller. We playing. Nah, bro. PlayStation 6. Let's go, nigga.
Go.
I never heard of that, so that's a lie, bro.
Never.
Ladies, if you don't believe me, guys, if you're right here, you're watching right now, if you've been attracted to a girl and she asked you out first, would you consider rejecting her? A girl you were really interested in?
Fuck
If
me,
you would,
dude.
put
Come
that in
on.
the comments. I would love to hear this testimony.
We're not even flaming you. We just want to know.
I don't believe it. I don't.
Nah, because, you know, I want to step forward first. What?
Dave.
Never.
What
Never
nigga-
heard of it.
One nigga don't want to brag that a girl he thinks is hot came up to him.
And I know the reaction might be like, word.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm flat. That's the most you're gonna get. Or he's not interested and he's gonna say no. Now you just feel how we feel. And quality, right?
Bro,
Nah.
listen, triggered? Okay, let's go. Man, speaking of rejection, right? I was telling this, and some girl's like, yeah, but we do know what it feels like to be rejected. I've been rejected before. I was like, oh, really? Tell me about that rejection. She's like, yeah, well, one time I liked this guy, and then me and my friend went up, and he said he wasn't interested. I'm like, so how did you ask him? She's like, oh, I did it. My friend said, I know someone who could be interested in you, and she's kind of cute. Huh? You went up to a dude, and you had somebody else?
That's how you count?
How old were you? She said 10th grade.
Get the fuck out. Get all your all of them. All of it.
You finish this video.
The bag, the pillow, everything, the covers, take all your get the fuck out. That's the thing. It's really, whenever you talk, because he's gone. He's gone. He went for a walk. He went to get something to eat. Anyways, I've seen that happen so often. No, but we get rejected. We know what rejection is. No, ladies, no, not at the same rate as men do. Period. Oh, you're back.
No, I'm
you
triggered,
do
bro.
not. Yes,
I'm
I can
triggered,
see
bro.
that.
Nah, bro. Listen, if you guys are watching, 50% of you are not subscribe right now. Y'all got me this triggered. You're gonna subscribe and like the video, or else I'll come and slap that shit up. Not the ladies. I would never do that. But I wouldn't touch nobody. Listen, just do it, bro. Just stop playing with me.
Talking about
Do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Girls, no, you don't know at the same rate as man. You don't, because that's the name of the game. We do the approaching. You will finally say yes or no. It is what it is. Even in the dance world, the guys are gonna go ask the girls. Girls are not as rejected as guys. If a girl don't dance in a dance night, it's because she's not asking. She's just staying there. That's it. That is it. Ladies, you do not at the same rate as men. And that's even on the dating apps. Even there, the dating apps are made so that you choose and you reject, and we have to come forward, right? So no, you don't know, and you're the one you're in the position that you have to be entertained most of the time. You're the one that do the blocking or the unmatch or the, you know what I mean? Because he's not interesting or whatnot. So no, you do not know at the same rate as men what it's like to be rejected. Now that being said, if you want something, go get it. You know what pisses me off? It's not so much that they don't go ask. Do you? What pisses me off is that when they have no result, they get pissed off. I've heard numerous women trash a man because he was not. Man, he doesn't get no sign or no clue. He needs to get a clue. Cause I was there, sitting with my fine ass at the bar, nail done, hair done, everything big, and he did not even catch a hand. No, you want that? Get that, and then we'll talk. But we said that already. Anyways, yeah.
Yo quiero mi morena, tan rico que se ve mi morena. Mira cómo mueve, así mi morena. Mira cómo goza, mi morena. Mira cómo toma, toma mi morena. Tan rico que se ve mi morena. Mira cómo mueve, así mi morena. Mira cómo goza, goza mi morena. Mira cómo toma.
The game is 1,000 to 1. You decide who leaves with $1,000. Round 1 begins.
I think we should describe everyone's situation first very briefly because we do not have a lot
we
of
could do
time.
it that way, or we could do like we have competitions. And, like,
I feel like competitions isn't the best
I
idea.
just don't want anybody
because-
to leave with their feelings hurt or feeling like my problems aren't big enough and I feel ashamed for talking.
Welcome to life, honey. Feelings are gonna get hurt. People are gonna leave without cash. Life.
What I would do with the $1,000 is help start an online clothing business.
I want the $1,000 from education.
I'm a senior right now and just want to put the money towards college.
Actually, I'm taking like a couple classes.
So most of my money would go to like paying my car insurance and my like school fees. And then on top of that, I got invited to a wedding in Florida. Whatever I had left over, I'd try to get a good plane ticket over there so I could be at the wedding.
I'll be a marine biologist when I grow up. I love the ocean, I love animals. It's just where I get my happiness from, really. There's this trip to the Bahamas, which is very, very expensive, and the $1,000 would help me go to that.
What? What?
No, it's very genuine. You want to pay for your school? I want to go to the Bahamas. It's very expensive. You want to pay for your beat-up car? I want to go to the Bahamas. You want to better your education? I want to go to. Okay, I think I'm done.
I'm mad at you.
In my current home, I am pretty much left to fund myself, basically. And it really sucks because the school that I go to, they don't supply buses to my house area, so I have to take Ubers like everywhere, and it's like...
Right, that's expensive.
Yeah, it's like a lot of stress on me, and it's like, I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional.
Oh, that is life. I really want to go to the Bahamas.
Can you imagine say, hey, you take a lot of Ubers? Could you take an Uber to
Bahamas? Wow, Uber is expensive. Not as much as a trip to Bahamas. To the Bahamas.
The Obamas?
The Obamas. But ain't the Obamas in the Bahamas?
It's like I'm being forced to grow up so fast, and I'm only 16.
Nina, were you the one that said we shouldn't do what we just did?
Yes. I don't know, I think it can make people feel like their reasons aren't good enough or automatically make people feel like, well, we should give her the money or give him the money for this reason or that reason. And not to say that that isn't valid, but everybody else is also valid. And so I think if we decided through like a random competition, that's a way that nobody could feel it.
She looks like that gif where the guy's just seeing numbers all over, Isaac Newton type shit.
She just figured out she's fucked up.
No, you know what she shouldn't have said? Because she was the one that was arguing against Nina earlier. It's like, no, we should just say why we need it. But she's the one out of all of them who seems to need it the least. So she's just realizing she just did.
I just f***ed myself.
Congratulations. You played yourself.
I feel the opposite, personally, because I feel like we should give it to the person who needs it and who deserves it.
And another one. You just played yourself again.
Feel comfortable talking about the stuff I have going on at home, that would make a difference. And like,
one vote for me.
Sorry, Khalid. No, it's 3-2.
Sorry. I feel like we should do something fun, you know, something to bring up the mood.
Maybe who can stay on the with 1 foot the longest, maybe?
Should we do that? One leg is standing up, first one falling out.
Sure.
3, 2, 1, foot up. Couch.
I'm
I'm Buddhist, everybody, so I do this like 10 times a day.
We do like.
Oh man.
I'm out.
Are you out? Oh, I'm out.
How do you feel? Do you think that was fair doing the...
No.
Did you say no?
No, it's not fair.
But you're the one that suggested it. Ain't she the one that said that? Ain't she the one that suggested it?
Why are you salty? Just because you can't go to the
Bahamas.
I don't think anybody had like an upper hand in that.
I'm Buddhist, everybody, so I do this like 10 times a
We
day.
do like.
I'm gonna be hella mean. I'm gonna be so mean.
Whoa.
Whoa. Okay. Drama. Let's make it
So
interesting.
we're not gonna listen to the couch, right, guys?
Who's the leader here?
Nina.
I feel like it's the three of us. And
Nina.
I'm not gonna lie.
Nina.
I think it's
Whoa, okay. Nina. But I feel like she's got a problem with her leading the conversation. We agree?
Yeah. I just don't know where that came from. Does she have like a happy place?
Nina.
I'm not gonna lie.
Nina. Nina.
Whoa! Nina! That's a lot, bro. She got to be with her.
You keep influencing everyone.
How? How am I influencing
I
people?
think she's just trying to make everything work.
Is it cool if we stop getting
Yeah.
input from the couch for a little bit? Because this is between, in conclusion, us five. Do people agree?
That's a fair point.
I agree.
Yeah.
This is awkward.
She went from Bahamas to Bahamas.
She went
from Bahamas to Nina.
Yo, what the fuck?
Oh my God, they shut you out.
It feels extra weird to do commentary on this because they're teenagers.
Yeah, it's really weird because
she was a grown woman. I would be like, girl, put
Yeah.
them tears away, but
it's a kid.
It's a kid.
It's a kid.
you
It's
know?
normal that you cry, and that's where you learn stuff. That's where you learn about all this stuff.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that she's gonna be like that or she's gonna be some kind of way.
Yeah.
The rest of her life.
But yeah, it's not the best reason to cry right now. I'm gonna just shut my mouth.
Yeah, you should.
What was your reasoning again, NJ?
Pay for my IB testing.
EJ, what about you?
But that's the thing, like, that wasn't my reason. My reason was...
School fees, right?
It's a lot deeper than what I said, but I don't want to get into it.
Yeah,
Cause like that.
same.
Isn't it crazy that these teenagers seem more private and more about like keeping information to themselves
grown-ups.
than the grown-ups did?
The grown-ups were desperate.
Yo, it was really gross watching the grown-ups. At least with this group, I actually like the idea of just playing random
It's
stuff.
less cringy.
Yeah. Because in this group, it's like who's willing to bear their heart out the most. Not necessarily who necessarily deserves it. Because deserves is relative and it's subjective. You don't actually have all the information about each individual. They might be hiding stuff that they don't want to mention to other people. So
even Bahama Girl, the way everybody handles it is better than whatever how the adults handled it.
yeah, I loved it the way she went, Nina.
And that was better than
You know, here's the thing, right? When you're within a group of people, some people don't like the idea. They don't like the specific leader chosen, or they don't like the idea that someone else is leading the thing. And to me, it's like, it's okay if someone takes the lead. Someone has to.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that person's like a control freak. It's like, there's a situation, it's a little bit chaotic, everyone's uncomfortable. Someone has to start speaking up. Doesn't mean that person has a massive ego or that you have to fight them on stuff. Just my opinion. You know how many times I've sat in a group and someone just starts speaking up and they handle stuff? I'm like, chill. Right.
Yeah, but that's not everybody that takes it like that. They take really, there's a lot. Looking back, there's people that take a lot of offenses just you talking.
Yeah.
You in a conversation, you're able to talk and everything, and people just take that in offense. When you're able to shut them down just because they don't have the arguments, and you're like, well, that argument is not necessarily right because the facts are really this and that and that, and they don't have no more arguments, they resort to, oh yeah, so you know everything, right? Mr. Know-It-All. Like, no, it's not even like that. No, but since the beginning of the discussion, you've been I'm like, no, I'm just talking like everybody's talking. If you take your space, you take your space. That if you don't, I'm not responsible if you don't want to take your space and stuff. But people really take it personal when you're going to be the one talking in a group or you weren't going to bring facts.
I feel like oftentimes people don't want to deal with their own inadequacies and inefficiencies, so they rather say you're a control freak rather than admitting to themselves that they didn't seize the moment.
Or that they do not have
what it takes to. You know, it's kind of like when we were in Haiti, right? They were supposed to take care of us, but we took care of them. And at one point, it was you.
Nigga.
It was you in the front. I was just chilling in the back.
It was me and my
And you think I was there like, oh, you're in control. It's like, yo, sometimes you got to just learn to take a back seat. It's okay. How many times have we done shows, right? And it'll be a back and forth. And then sometimes you'll just jump in the front, you'll do your thing. I sit back and I watch.
Yeah.
And it's okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to have this giant ego where you, or feel like because you have your own insecurities, it's because of the person in front of you. It's okay to just live with those insecurities. That's it. That's what I'm feeling right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
You know, how many times have I watched you like do a big ass speech and then everyone goes wild and I'm sitting there like, yeah, nigga, get it. Sit chill.
That happens most of the time.
What about
What? Am I lying?
I'm not gonna go into it. I'm gonna just let this one go. I'm gonna sit in the back. If he wants to shine, let him shine.
I'm sorry, can we really pause? I really don't need you to antagonize me. Why don't you just be quiet?
I have been.
Okay, then keep going back to that.
Yeah.
You want to do something physical, something like a quiz?
That quiz sounds pretty.
Yeah, we can do like a quiz on.
Can I quiz you on ocean facts?
Ocean fact.
Okay, yeah, no, she's not handling it well. She is not. She is seeking for revenge.
Maybe she-
I take what I said back.
EJ.
Oh man.
All right.
You're really nice. I really like you.
EJ, come join us.
She's about to throw games. Hey, gang, gang!
Join the losers!
Think of something fun, creative, outside of the box that we can. You know.
How about that drawing contest?
All right, let's have a drawing contest then.
Sure. And then are we voting or who's voting?
Let's have the couch.
No, because they have their preferences.
No, but you shuffle it so we don't know whose it is.
I guess that's
fair.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, that's fair.
You guys want to play like rock, paper, scissors together?
I'm chilling.
Oh, wow.
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro.
I ain't mad at him.
I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. I'm starting to feel bad.
I ain't mad at him.
I almost feel like some of these videos like this shouldn't even be allowed.
Oh, I ain't mad at
Because
him.
if you imagine whatever insecurities that she got problems or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, she watches the reactions to these videos or the video, and everyone clowning her, and she gonna feel worse.
Yeah,
and
but-
for someone in that kind of a fragile state who's a teenager, I don't know, some about it makes me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, but then again, you know,
it was funny though. It was funny,
It was
but I'm
funny.
just like,
that's funny. Man, we didn't say shit.
But this is the new age of the internet. That's why I'm saying, for me as a kid, if I got clowned at school, it's fine. But I don't have to constantly relive that or watch that moment all the
Yeah.
time when I was a kid.
Yeah.
That's why I feel bad for her.
Yeah. Once I got home, it stopped. The bullying stopped once I got home, dude.
Yeah. Like, do you think kids should be able to consent to something like this? You know, since we're on this conversation,
I don't think that the kids did. I think that the parents did. I don't think that they're allowed to even ask the kids to be like that. On that, they have to ask the kids.
I don't think a parent should be
Bro,
able
what
to
the
choose for their
fuck
kid
is
whether or not they
going
can
on?
handle something like this either. Just me personally.
Who then?
I don't think they, because here's the thing.
You think it just shouldn't be there, period.
Because what attitude does the parent have for knowing whether or not their kid can handle this kind of online retaliation? Well, their parents didn't grow up in that generation.
True.
So they don't know.
True.
You
If
know?
you're not in the business,
it's not because you're a parent that you actually know what's best
if you're
when
not,
it comes
yeah.
to this.
If you're not in the business, you don't know.
If your parent's your parent, they love you, great. They don't know what it's like to be a soldier and to go to war. So they can make the decision for you. Doesn't mean they know what they're talking about, right? So
I agree.
That's just my thought
see what you're
process.
I see what you're saying.
This is gonna be the best damn octopus I've ever drawn.
So how's your girlfriend?
Oh, come on, dog.
Every time I'm about to burst out laughing, I have to remind myself as a kid.
So the one that we picked
I already see it.
for the loser is the scary one.
Okay, I'm out.
It's really funny how now she's influencing the vote, and it's okay.
Did you want me out? Did you want me out? Be honest.
No, actually, like most of the people that I wanted in the final three are there, but just like not all of them.
What'd you say?
I said most of the people on the couch right now are what I wanted on the final three.
Oh, thank you.
Most.
Nina! Not you. Oh.
No. Actually, you didn't hear that part. The producer went, most.
Most.
You know what he went was, drama! And he just dropped that right there.
One of you are my favorite.
Listen, the one that did the editing did her dirty.
No. She did her dirty.
Oh, maybe they cut out even more than.
No, she did her dirty.
Yeah.
What are you gonna say?
I feel like we should, for this last round, we should like, you know, obviously state our opinions.
Do you guys want our opinions or no?
No.
This is
As long as we don't like know that they're singling one of us out or something, then I think that's fair. Okay, yeah, we'll hear it. Sure.
I'd say Heather. I don't know. You just like have an impact on me.
Yeah. What do you think, EJ?
I would say Heather too. Don't take it as like pity, like they're pitying me. It's like if you need it, you need it. Like
I would also say Heather. I honestly think that she needs it.
Earlier I said Heather, so I'm gonna keep that decision.
So the girl in the middle got it. Honestly, it's crazy to me that kids have like behave themselves much better than adults. Like how shameless the grown-ups were compared to them was really, really surprising. As far as the young girl, I'm not gonna do some kind of analysis, all that stuff. She's a teenager, you know. People got time to develop. You got to give people chances. So, you know, hopefully she learned some things, and hopefully the internet's not too hard on her. But that's too much to ask, I'm sure. I think it was just crazy to see the contrast between the last video with like your opinion is invalid, and this one they were like consulting each other and still being open.
They even consulted the people on the bench, on the couch, which the adults are like, "Nah, you out. Nah, you out."
I approve of this. I approve of this as a whole. I'm with it.
But not the fact that they're kids.
It's a weird territory.
It is.
It's a really weird territory. Well, because I don't think we've done enough research into finding out how these kinds of things affect kids long term. I know how it affects adults when they go onto these shows or do these videos. Some of them have to take off all their profiles. They have to isolate themselves from the internet for a while. Take the errand girl who had to remove all their presence online for a while, right? To this day, she still gets harassed. Now, imagine she was 16. Mm-hmm. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're
so
saying.
that's the worry I have for them.
Yeah, like I said, when I got to go home, the bullying stopped.
Tell us what you guys think in the comments below. Today's video, we actually covered one of his guys' videos before, and he didn't reply until about 1.5 years later. So I decided to watch the reply, and you'd seen it, right? You've watched the video?
A bit.
Okay, so I watched in its entirety, and I would start this off by saying he makes a lot of great points in the video that he did this time around. It's worth listening. We're not going to play it in its entirety. We're only going to play a couple segments that we want to reply to, but I do recommend you guys go watch it in its full, and you do so with an open mind, because like I said, he is much more informative in this video than he had been in the past.
Are we really interested in having a conversation about HIV and disclosure? Or are we only interested in furthering HIV stigma? If we are really interested in combating HIV, we also have to be combating HIV stigma. So that means listening to people with HIV. You cannot see how to combat HIV stigma because you're too busy looking at HIV. When I say that, that means that you automatically are repelled and disgusted by it automatically. That you think that a person who is living with HIV should like be locked up.
I'm going to start this video by saying I've never held that sentiment, nor do I hold it today. My problem with your comments weren't rooted in some kind of despise of people. My sentiment towards that is quite the opposite. In fact, back in my home country, I've known quite a few people who've had it. And so for me, it's not something to take lightly, nor it's something I mock or I wish to make fun of. But more than that, it's not something that I wish to look at as if you should be quarantined. And I think I said that in the previous video as well. So I do understand that some people look at it that way and some people do have that attitude towards that, but it's not the approach that we took when it comes to this, nor is it an opinion that I personally hold.
We see for not disclosing, and we see how not helpful that is. People are, the folks who are transmitting HIV, the virus, are people who do not know that they are positive. I don't know the exact, like I think it's 1 out of 4, or 1 out, like what is it? I forgot what it is. But so many folks are walking around and they do not know that they're positive. They don't know because they're not getting tested.
He's correct. He's absolutely right about that. Most furtherance of any kind of STI or STD is done so because people are not, one, testing, and therefore are walking around unaware and continuously spreading it. It's not malicious people who are out there trying to spread HIV on purpose. That's like, you know, the odd story out. It's really the fact that people are not knowing that they have something, or people are afraid that they do and are too afraid to go get tested, and so they'd rather just not go do it. And I understand why. It's like getting tested and potentially finding out you're positive is super frightening. It's not an easy thing to handle. And so he is correct about the fact that a lot of people just don't know that they got something.
Because they don't want to get tested. That's a fact. That's a fact.
And why are they not getting tested? For a lot of reasons. Maybe they don't have the resources where they are. But a lot of it is HIV stigma. No one wants to test positive. But what we should be focusing on is everyone is getting tested. And no matter if you are negative or positive, you are are getting to care. So that means if you are negative, that means that you're going to stay negative. That means if you become positive, that means that we're getting you in treatment, we're getting you in the right stuff, we're getting the resources and the stuff that you need to live a long, healthy life. That's what we should be thinking about. I don't know why people seem to think that them posting a video about HIV disclosure and just railing on them is content, when it's like, this is not content, sis. This is clickbait stuff. Like, people use HIV clickbait all the time. Like, look on YouTube. I promise you there's a lot of folks who do that.
Okay, two things. One, I can agree entirely with your point in regards to what we need to encourage and what we need to do going forward. I agree. Get people who are tested so that they can test negative and then we know, and they can stay negative. And if you are positive, you get the treatment without people looking at you like you're garbage or whatever. I agree, 100%. And I can still disagree with the sentiment that you put forth in regards to the responsibility aspect. Part of our responsibility as a society that we have not assumed is that we have not created an environment where people who are positive can feel welcomed. That is our responsibility as a society, where we have failed. Part of your responsibility as an individual is that should you be negative, you continue getting tested so that you don't spread it, and should you be positive, if you are going to engage in any kind of intercourse with anybody, you disclose it. I don't care if you're fully medicated and your viral count is like next to 0 and the odds of you transmitting. If the other person is going to care about whatever you got going on, and you know that they would if they found out afterwards, tell them beforehand. Lay your cards on the table so that both people are going in knowing. Now, is it true that it should be the other individual's responsibility to ask you and to put for that foot? Agreed. We agree on that. But just because they don't doesn't mean you don't have that responsibility. Just because they're irresponsible doesn't mean you don't have that responsibility. I'm not putting the sole responsibility of all of it on you. I do think it's both parties. But just because one party's not doing their job doesn't mean you can also abstain. That's the entirety of my point.
But let's get into the video at hand. In the video, I had talked about that it's not a person living with HIV job to disclose. And folks were, oh my gosh, that means you're not disclosing. But in the video, because the actual video, the live stream that I did, is like 10 to 12 minutes long, and I explain in detail why it should not be the person who is living with HIV and disclose. Like, I don't want to automatically come into every conversation and just be the first one bringing it up. I get tired of that. I got tired of it. Like,
even if you're tired, that's what it is.
That's right.
I'm really sorry about that. But yeah, I can understand the sentiment that you get tired about talking about it. I can understand that. It can be very tiring, and the rolling of the eyes, and you see people can be disgusted by it because of the stigma, like you say. I can understand that, but you still have to disclose it. When I was a kid and you date girls, when you date girls or you go see your friends, whenever you go to your friend's house and you have to make sure that the girl knows, do your parents know that I'm black? You should know you're black too, and you're gay, so you understand that. It gets tiring. It gets tiring to talk about all these issues all the time. It is. I want to just walk down the street and not be tired of the cop pulling me over for whatever reason and not be afraid, because that gets tiring. But guess what? You do have to deal with that. You understand what I'm saying? Furthermore than STI, HIV, or anything like that, if you are, or you have, or you are in a situation that the other person would like to know, and you do not disclosing, you're lying by omission. If you know that the person would care about, I'm not even talking about the STI or anything like that or whatever, anything. If you know the person would care that you have kids, disclose that. If the person would care that you have a girl, you would care that you have, disclose that. That's with anything.
I just don't see in what world transparency is a bad thing. I can understand it's a burden and it's difficult, but a bad thing. No, I think for everyone's sexual health, for everyone's peace of mind, it's going to be an overwhelming positive.
We didn't say nothing about that. That's the thing. I was ready to listen. And that's what we said in the previous video. Points and everything. And I'll listen if someone brings me points. But if we come up with that attitude, Miss Abba and Miss Preach or whatever the name is, I actually understand why he said that to us. Because when things are close to you and you feel like people are pointing the fingers at you, you feel like you're under attack. I get that. But that was not the case. We're not trying to attack or anything like that. And it's not the stigma that we were trying to do. We're really trying to have a conversation. Even if we do the funs and games and you see me hollering and me laughing and me falling back there on the couch and we still want to have a conversation. So when we laughing, we're not necessarily making fun of you. is the situation or what was said or anything like that. That being said, no, I wasn't disgusted or anything like that. It's just the points that were made were non-existent at the time.
And I think for everyone who's at home watching, it's not just about the people living it with it that have to have this conversation. Even you, if you're watching and you have this like disgusting take about anybody who has a disease like this, you're part of that problem.
Yup.
He's right about that. If you stigmatize people and you make it such a disgusting thing and you're saying this in front of other people, what if your friend thinks he catches it? Well, he doesn't want to be seen as that, so he's less likely to go get tested. So you can't have an attitude where you ostracize people because of what they're suffering from. That's not good for everyone as a society because it puts everyone at risk.
Yeah.
So that's also your responsibility. Whether you have something, you don't, straight, whatever. Whether it's herpes, all this stuff. Do not demonize people because they've caught something like this, because it's a burden to live with this kind of stuff. And when you do, you make it harder for everyone who is going to have it, who may catch it because someone's too afraid to get tested, all this stuff. So we also have to be better.
I'm extremely tired of being the one to be the first one to have the conversation. The first one to have the conversation each and every time, which tells me that it really does not matter until you are positive, which is kind of backwards, because you should be asking that every time. And then when we look at research, we look at the data, it is people who are assuming they are negative that are transmitting the virus. It's actually less likely for you to contract HIV with having sex with or engaging in sexual activity with somebody who is HIV positive and on medication. So while we out here trying to make like people living with HIV, the boogeymen and the boogie folks, and out here doing all this, doing Thriller everywhere, in actuality, it's the stigma that's causing. If we don't like start combating the stigma, we're not going to do anything. Like just posting a video and ragging on somebody and making it just like a short clip that came literally from two heterosexual men who wanted to have a conversation.
Us? No, we're Mrs. Remember? Miss Alba, Miss Preach.
We'll just assume he's talking about us.
Yeah.
About something that they feel is disgusting.
No, we never said that.
You also have to acknowledge that you are projecting things that you've dealt with onto us and assume that's our stance. I've never said that. Go look anywhere online. You will never find a record of me saying that, nor will you find anything overt like that, because I don't believe it. I've never believed it. So that's why I'm not worried when you say that. So understand that you're projecting that bias onto us, and that's where you think we're coming from.
And you're not knowing us. You don't know. You saying that, it's either you didn't watch the video because you stormed out, because you saw it and you're like, and you rage quit it, or you're really doing what he's saying and you just, all the things that you just assume that we're the same people that you suffer stigma from. That's not what it is. I think that just ain't it, bruv. Yeah. That ain't it.
In front of an audience that does not have the language. I'm not gonna say ignorant and dumb, just like don't have the language to be able to have a conversation.
You saying to us that we don't have the language when you answered to our video, there was no language there from your part as well. So if you're talking about language and you want to have a discussion, that is not a problem. But we didn't go there. I was waiting for you to have the language and enlighten me on some points. But you know what?
But you know, I get it. You know, when you are someone who admits to being HIV positive and you're on these platforms, I imagine you get all kinds of foul comments sent to you on a regular basis. And then, you know, us added on top of that might trigger you. I get that. You know, I'm not going to sit here and be potentially oblivious to why your reaction may have been the way that it was. Okay? You took some time, you came back, you were much more thoughtful. It's a 20-minute video, guys. If you guys get the chance, go watch it. And one thing I say, when I say go watch it, doesn't mean you go over there and you flame the person. All our fans or supposed fans who go out to flame other creators because we reply, that's trash, all right? And I'd have never condoned that. If you do that, you're trash to me. But anyways, moving on. I get that you may have felt that. And I think this conversation is a difficult one, and you feel like maybe you have to have it all the time so you get tired. So I'm not even going to hold you for that. I'm going to forget the previous video. And if there's language that I use that may have gone too far, maybe calling you trash or anything like that, I apologize. Now, as far as this discussion goes, it's super important that we have it. It's super important that we destigmatize things like you say. In that regards, I think we'd both like to offer any insight in that regard. So that's why we're making this video and letting people know it's okay to talk about these things. And if you do think of people less than because they have whatever disease or something like that,
you're part of the problem.
You're part of the issue. All right? So those are my general thoughts on the topic. All right. Well, let's see. We're still in the same dusty old room that he mentioned.
Them small amount of subscribers that y'all get ain't gonna get y'all nowhere anyway. Ain't nobody inviting y'all to speak on nobody's stage. You was sitting in front of that dirty closet, that dirty room, and talk in front of an old, outdated camera and react to videos. That is your legacy. And watch mine grow.
Yeah.
Same shitty camera.
Same shitty camera. That's your room, but we have a million point whatever followers.
So I have to be a little bit petty at the end. Okay, just a little bit.
Watch my legacy grow, and not you not.
But you know what? I had to be a little bit petty at the end.
You petty ass mother.
But I had to be petty at the end. Because I actually wrote down a list of motherfuckers when we hit 1 million. Yeah. I'm like, shout out, what's up, nigga? You said we wasn't gonna be. But I will say this: I do wish, and I mean this earnestly. I wish you the best going forward. I'm not on this platform hoping terrible things for people, and I do think that the work that you want to do is really important. If you go watch back the video, we said that. So I hope you understand. We're not trying to denigrate that. So we do wish you the best going forward, and we hope that people do get better about this kind of topic and talking about stigma and just things like that. So that's my thoughts on the topic.
More power to you. That's pretty much it. So we said.
I am not allowed, based on our marriage laws and the contract we've signed with each other,
right,
to have sex with anybody else.
Right.
So these urges that come, I have to share them with the one person I decide to spend the rest of my life with.
Right.
So that brings me back to my soundbite.
Okay.
Right. I don't understand, and this is what we can discuss. As a woman, because I don't want to say it's a man versus woman thing, but a lot of women do complain, oh, my husband's always on me. Why is he always on me? If it's going to be a chore for you that you don't really want to do, why do women constantly push monogamy on men? If you know that you don't want to have to deal with him all the time just wanting you, why do you push monogamy on men?
Well, who's to say I pushed anything on anybody? Like,
well, we know that you pushed monogamy on me.
I pushed monogamy. I forced you to get married to me?
Time out. I didn't say you forced me to get married, but did you not say to me that you wanted to be engaged and you wanted to be married before you lived with me? You didn't say that?
I want $1 billion. That don't mean I'm going to get it. I can want something,
asking,
but not...
You
something wrong? I see your face twitching and itching.
I don't agree with the fact that because you requested it, she's pressing it on him. You was able to opt out anytime you want if it's not what you wanted. And I also don't necessarily agree that women press monogamy on men. It's just that it's a conversation that we do not have.
I wasn't going to disagree with the first two. The last one, women definitely pressure men for monogamy all the time. All the time. For exclusivity, they're pushing for it. They ask for it. They keep...
Yeah, but asking something is not necessarily...
Repeatedly.
I can understand that.
Yes. 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 Yeah. Yeah, or even sometimes they go into it, friends with benefits, we cool, and then all of a sudden, they start to catch feelings and they start pushing like, but what if we were exclusive? And they start doing that. And here's the thing, asking, you're right, asking is not pressure. But asking is not pressure, you're right. But there's ways in which you ask.
I understand.
Right? That emotional aspect where you're like, I'm feeling sad or whatever. So
you know what? One thing. What? Play the video, and I'm gonna stay in my lane.
They're married.
I understand, but it doesn't matter. I don't know their situation. I know mine, and we don't have the full on. I'm basing myself on the clip, so it's hard for me to be like, yeah, this and that and blah blah.
I don't feel like I was adequately prepared for marriage. And I've said that before, because if I knew that marriage and monogamy was going to involve me trying to meet you where you were at sexually for years to come, then I probably would have reevaluated it if I wanted to be monogamous anyway.
So that's fair, but we're not even talking about marriage. Let's even talk about dating, right?
Okay.
Two people are dating. Typically in society, who asks for exclusivity first, a woman or a man?
I would say a woman.
Thank you. That was my whole point. See, you were going all over the place. If women typically ask for exclusivity first, then when they get exclusivity, say, he always on me, he always want to have. Why are we asking men for exclusivity if we do not want to participate in
Holy shit.
sex at the same level as men. We have to think about what that does to a man.
You know, you know what it's like? It's kind of like when someone's like, let's start a business together. And then once the business comes along, one person's just like, I don't want to do some of the work. And you're just like, well, you proposed this idea to me, and then you're not going to do the labor? Huh? And here's the tough part, and this is where people go crazy. It's like, well, I don't want to feel like it's a responsibility. And I'm like, that's so interesting. So you think someone has the responsibility to give you exclusively, but you don't have the responsibility to reciprocate sex. How does that make sense, Sway?
That's exactly what I said. I was like, so no.
So he has the responsibility to not do with anyone else, but you don't have the responsibility. And people are like, sex should never be responsibility. On what planet? There's labors of emotion, right? You have an emotional responsibility within a commitment. You have a time responsibility within a relationship. And you also have a financial responsibility. You got all kinds. So why is it that when it comes to the bedroom, we're all like, there's no responsibilities? What? Now, do not misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm not saying if he says, lay down and put out, that you have to do it. That's not what I said. But it doesn't change the fact that you have a responsibility.
You shouldn't do anything against your will, but know that there's going to be expectations.
Yeah. I don't know what job you can come to where you're just like, I'm just not doing this today, and then still think you're supposed to keep the job and no one's supposed to say anything to you. What? Eventually it's going to catch up. It's going to cause problems. So, yeah, I do think there is a responsibility, both emotionally, physically, all levels. You're giving yourself to somebody.
At some point, your boss is going to come down to you and be like, why are you not doing this job? Maybe you have some valid answers.
Yeah.
But you're going to have that conversation.
Yeah.
So now let's go back to what you asked me. You said to me, you never pressured me to get married. In 2007, we were living together, right? You said you no longer wanted to live with me and shack up with me because you wanted to be my wife, not my girlfriend.
Right, because I wanted to know where
that
the relationship
don't sound like
was going.
pressure to you?
It sounds like me voicing where I see my life going.
Hence why I said I'm going to stay in my lane, because I didn't have all the information.
What do you think?
Well, yeah, it's a pressure. That's pressure. And then she goes, I pressured you? Yeah, you did.
Here's something interesting. You could pressure someone and not be in the wrong. If you're saying, I want to be married, that's something that I want, that could put pressure on the other person. Doesn't make you wrong. The same way I could be dating a girl for a long time, she doesn't want to put out because whatever, and I could be like, I really want to do it. That could put pressure on her, and I'm not necessarily wrong.
Yeah, it's not a right or wrong thing right here.
Yeah.
It's a pressure versus just no pressure.
Yeah.
But it's not because it feels like it's pressure that it's necessarily
bad.
Yes, I understand that. Bad or not is going to be determined of how the person's going to take it.
What about being engaged?
You might have felt pressure.
What about
there
being
was no
engaged?
pressure behind it.
I said, we don't got to rush to get married. You said, I don't want to be engaged longer than a year. Is that not pressure?
Motherfucker, bro. Come on.
That's me voicing my opinion about it.
You're voicing it out, I understand. But I mean, when you put a date on something, it's an ultimatum. By this date, it should be that. That's an ultimatum. Yes, you're voicing it out, and you do you, boo-boo, and you should. You should voice it out. Again, I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I don't think it's a right or wrong thing. It's yes, you voice it out, but it's an ultimatum. An ultimatum is pressure.
Sounds like pressure to me. So you say you want to be engaged, I get engaged. You say you want to be married within a year. We do that. We get married, then you make it seem like this is a chore to your husband. Once again, I ask the question, why do women who push forth monogamy on the man they're dating then get overwhelmed with that man who tries to provide that monogamy to you? Why do you get upset when we're trying to be what you want us to be? You don't want me to be with no one else, right? Right? I'm asking. This is a serious question.
Yes, absolutely.
You don't want me to be with no one else.
Absolutely.
So if I decide that all this testosterone I have, I want to give to you, why is this so overwhelming now? This is what you asked for.
Such a funny way to sound. I mean, I'm trying to bust all over you, trying to shoot up your club. It's such an interesting way of putting it.
I understand why he does that, and that's why I said I'm glad I said that in the beginning. I was like, yo, I'm gonna stay in my lane, and I'm gonna listen to the whole thing before I even say something.
So what do you think?
I understand where he's coming from. It's just a valid question in his position. In his position, and what I see is like, okay, you pressured me to do this, you pressured me to do that. When I do that, then we come to the. And that's a true, like, it's a true, it's something, nothing. Okay, cool. And you don't have to say yes, but I'm like, I can't, so I gotta, so okay. But you don't want, okay. No, No.
Again, 26 and 27-year-old Kadeen was like, okay, here's the natural succession of life. You graduate, you're working, you meet somebody, you guys are dating. You want children.
Yes.
I want children.
Yes.
We don't want to wait too long or too late to have children,
Yes.
though now a lot of people are waiting until their 30s to have
Yes.
children.
And I understand why.
And we at that time felt like, well, we're doing everything in this natural succession that the forces that be have given us this timeline. However, I did not realize that after having children, after, career changes, all of the turbulences that we've been through in life, that was going to have a direct effect on my sex drive.
I think it's cool that they're talking about it. If it's weird that they're putting it out there, but it could be useful for some people.
I mean, that's a brand. They do these kind of conversations. They have this podcast. They do this.
I wouldn't do it, but it can get people to talk. So it's great. It's great that they're having this conversation.
One thing I'll say, people watch this and be like, oh my God, they're going to get divorced soon. I think people don't realize what kind of conversations happen within a marriage and how complicated they can be. And they can look just like that. Just because people have very strong disagreements doesn't mean that they're like, I'm cutting it loose. And they've been married for well over a decade. They seem fine. So for you to sit there and be like, they're going to get divorced, it tells me that you don't really have a really great concept of what commitment looks like. Because for a lot of people, conversations like this are perfectly normal.
Yeah, you think it's going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy, but sometimes it's difficult lemon difficult. You know what I mean? It's not always you're going to have disagreement.
Yeah, some of the lemons are just dry.
Yeah, some of them lemons are dry, and sometimes you're the lemon. You understand what I'm saying? I think it's very healthy that they're having this conversation. That they broadcast it, that's another thing, to each their own. But I think it's good that they're having this conversation. In what way having conversation is bad? And you think you're cringing, you have to have these conversations. I understand his side, I understand her side.
Yeah, and this is a real struggle for some ladies because after having kids, after going through that stuff, it affects their hormone levels, everything's out of whack. So this is not a foreign phenomenon. And so in that sense, I sympathize with their position because it's a tough one. It's a difficult one to manage, right?
The body change.
Yeah.
You feel differently about every kid.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not an easy discussion, and it's not to be like, that's your job, do it. But there is a discussion to be had, period. That's what I think we're trying to get at.
It's not an easy road.
Yeah, it's difficult, man. It's hard. And, some people might say, listen, you need to be more creative with how you approach the discussion. Maybe you guys associate therapists for this kind of stuff. Or maybe you guys try to explore different ways of doing it and, try to expand the bedroom to maybe raise that. But sometimes those things are not enough. Sometimes the wiring is just off. It's not to put blame. It's not to do this. But it's like, that causes problems. Mm-hmm. Like if I got all this pent up frustration of not being able to, and you're not going to reciprocate, and there's nothing I could do, it's going to cause friction. So at least being able to talk about it in a way that's conducive might be helpful. And I think it raises some good questions. It raises good questions about some of the difficulties that happens within a long relationship. And then if you come at this discussion, you're like, well, why don't you just leave the relationship? Well,
sometimes it's more complicated than that.
Way more, whether it's kids involved, whether it's your lives are so intertwined, you don't just quit on a marriage or on a relationship because one aspect is completely missing. But you also don't just tolerate things that are completely missing because you want to stay committed. There has to be a middle ground.
As the great Steve Harvey said, there's no such thing as a plan B.
Yeah. And if you want to fix things, you got to talk about it, right?
That's it.
If you want something, you got to ask for it. You have not.
Because you asked not.
And I think that's what he was having this conversation about. It's an interesting question. Maybe for some of those women, they got to let the man go. You know what I mean? Let him go, get some side booty.
Some of them do.
I know.
Some of them do.
I know. Yeah. So just something to think about. But we want to hear your perspective. Maybe you guys got a different perspective than us. We'd love to hear from you guys. Ladies, by all means, go in the comments and go ham. But we want to hear from you. What?
Every time you say ladies, I hear ladies pop.
Yo quiero mi morena, tan rico que se ve, morena, mira como mueve, así morena, mira como goza, mi morena, mira como toma, mi morena, tan rico que se ve, morena, mira como mueve, así morena, mira como goza, mi morena, mira como.
Are relationship prenups a good idea?
I say yes. I think that they're a really good idea. I mean, by the time that you get to the point where you don't want to be with each other anymore. You want it to go as smoothly as possible.
I think if you have a prenup or if you have some sort of contract, you're already going into the relationship with an expiration date. You're thinking, I'm gonna break up with you.
I bought myself a car and I put insurance on it. With that way of thinking, you're already thinking that you're gonna have an accident. You're just going down that route. You signing a will is just you thinking about death. You can't just think about death like that, because then, you know, it's gonna happen. You have a lot of things that you acquire, you know, a house, a car, accounts, and money coming in. It's preparing yourself to an eventuality that might happen. It's either you're gonna make it, either you're not. Prepare yourself.
Yeah, some people might say, well, you know, it's different because, like, death is something that can spontaneously happen to you. Yeah, and sometimes you can spontaneously get divorced. Sometimes people grow out of love and they don't want to be with you anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That happens. Even if you want to, all the might you have inside of you. Sometimes some girls just don't want to be with you. That happens.
Some guys don't want to be with you either.
This wasn't a prenup, though. This was a contract that he put in front of her, 46 pages, that says, if we're going to break up, you are out the door. Ladies, your strongest weapon is your intuition. If somebody's handing you a contract on day one saying, if it don't work, your ass is out the door, your ass needs to be out the door on day one!
Madame, t'as rien dit. Why?
People say that when they're the ones who are not making the money. You know, if I'm getting involved with somebody like common law, for example, and then they're entitled to some kind of financial, like, understand, my financial contribution is not just my partner. I also have a family to take care of. I got people around me who may rely on me for money. Like, that stuff matters. So when you think you can come in, live with me in a place that I purchased, the place I furnished, or whatever it might be, and then think you can take half of that just after divorce, why? If you are someone of character who's really not in it for the money, right, then that's fine. So sign the contract that we all know. Because guess what? You can say something, but guess what? Things change after a while. Things can sour very fast when breakups are about to happen. People can turn resentful for all kinds of reasons. So you may go in being like, I would never. But how many times people said, I would never, and they did that? When I hear her, I'm just like, bro, I don't buy it. Listen, if I made the money before you got with me, that's mine. That's it. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about this kind of financial split stuff. If we came into this relationship way later when I've already established myself and my finances are straight and soaring, well, what did you contribute to that wealth and that accumulation? Am I crazy to say that?
But then again, even then, when in the court of law, whenever you break up, they're going to tell you that what you brought into the relationship is not necessarily just money. And they're going to take an accountability other things that you bring to the table and other things that you bring to the, if you fix things around the house, it's not your money, but you bring that to the table. That as well. You can't put a price tag on that. Money is easy. It's a sign. It's a dollar. It's a number. It's easy. Boom. That amount of money. Boom. Flip. But it's more than that. Whatever you contribute to the relationship is more than just the money you bring home. It's also everything that you are able to do and to bring to ease the relationship. Cooking, taking care of the kids. A relationship is compromised.
You know, it's a funny thing. I agree. If you go into it with the idea that it's going to end, let me tell you something. I don't know a single person that has a prenup that ain't had to use it.
Including yourself, Steve.
Hasn't been divorced 3 times?
As a man that got divorced 2 times, yeah. That's a poor argument. I don't know nobody that had a prenup that didn't have to use it. If they had to use it and had the prenup, it proves they were right. It just proves that they were right. You said things when things go well. When everybody's at ease and when everybody's in love. You don't settling things where people hate each other, that ain't it. That ain't it. You settle it when everybody's in love and everything goes well.
Because listen, even if you go in with the best of intentions, sometimes they fail, right? Steve, Harvey, you're evidence of that. You didn't make no prenups, still failed. Well, I think it's always good to understand that possibility is there, and if that happens, we don't want finances and all that stuff to be a huge burden within that dynamic. So, stands to reason to me that considering marriage is such a contract anyways to begin with, where you're saying, this is yours, this is mine, this is already established within the marriage contract, what's the issue with adding more stipulations to that to make sure that every party upon a breakup is going to see that their side ends well? Sounds very reasonable. I don't know.
She said, you're preparing for failure. It's like having a plan B.
Yeah, it's your insurance policy.
Yes.
And what's wrong with that?
Yes, you should have plan Bs. What, do you think you just go into something like, I'm going to make this work no matter what, even if it kills me? Even like,
that is the dumbest thing I've heard today.
If you didn't have a plan B, Steve, you wouldn't be divorced multiple times. Divorce is a plan B by definition.
Because whenever you marry yourself, it's supposed to be for better or for worse. You're supposed to keep on going. But you chose to opt out. That's a plan B. So I don't even know what the hell is so wrong with a plan B. I remember it was Chris Rock that said that. Insurance is not insurance, that nothing is going to happen. It's in case it happens. It should be called in case it happens. And if it happens, you got an insurance.
Hey, you said you don't see what's wrong with plan B? I bet a lot of women agree. And a lot of dudes.
Oh, yeah.
Busting in them sugar walls raw.
I don't see nothing wrong with a little plan B. I don't see nothing wrong with a little plan B.
Busting in them sugar walls raw.
You're gonna kill me with that. A plan B is ridiculous. If you have a plan B, how can you possibly expect A to work if you don't put your all into A?
Get the f out of here.
I mean, they tell you for this for most like facets of life. If you're gonna work in finance, right? If you're gonna do investments, you don't put everything in one stock, right? You diversify your portfolio. In case your big one doesn't work out, you can still fall back on other things. This kind of like dumb idea that you only focus on one thing is crazy. Like, yes, put your energy into the one that's the most important, but also understand things can go wrong. Your partner could die. Your partner could decide to leave you. You can't decide these things. There's things that are outside your control. So it's smart in those circumstances to have a fallback plan.
Just thinking that because you think and you work hard, I'm sorry. I've been a good person, so everything good is gonna happen to me. That's not life. You could be the best person. I know some good motherfuckers, some good people, some great people, great personality, everything. They wouldn't hurt a fly. Happens to them, and pretty hectic stuff too. That's not how life works. That is not how life works. I put all my effort in this relationship, and this is how you thank me. He's not thanking you, or she's not thanking you. It's just things that happen, and it's not working out, and decide to split. Has nothing to do with you work hard or not. You can actually not put any effort in a relationship, and it can still work. Old people that really don't like each other, and they're just there, and they can't stand each other. But they're there. And there's people that can put all the effort, motherfucker, to leave you. It's outside of your control sometimes.
No, real talk. If you don't have a partner, that's your fault. You have not because you ask not.
Did you write it down? You got to write it down. It's written in the scriptures.
He's simping. He's got to. There's 3 women across from him.
And one that disagrees.
Yeah, but the majority of his audience, what do you think they think? Exactly. All right.
You have to go into that relationship 100% committed, not thinking, okay, if it doesn't work out, this is what I'm going to do. You know, if it doesn't work out, then fine. I'm out of here. I don't want any of this. I'll go shopping and buy new furniture. Right.
Yeah, but that's you. And that's what you're saying right now. You don't know how you're going to feel at that time. You don't know how scared or worried you're going to be because of financial situations or not being able to live the same lifestyle or whatever it might be. So you can say that now, and it sounds great. And you know what? I really believe that in that moment, you believe that. But things change. Do you think people, when they say till death do us part, they're saying, I'm not committed? No, they're 100% into it. But happens. Is it that not the case? You think most people who are getting married are like, I'm not going to last in this? No, most of them really believe they will. But shit happens.
And if it doesn't work out, I hope that you would treat me accordingly. There are plenty of women who have busted their butts for their men. They have put into that relationship. Why is it that after 5, 10 years, a relationship doesn't work? You're going to throw me out of the house? No, I'm keeping the house, the car. I'm keeping everything. Your ass is leaving the house. Amen.
Women like this is exactly why you need a prenup.
Yup, because she's acting out of anger, not even out of logic.
And I guarantee if you Google her name around, she's definitely been divorced. Definitely been divorced.
What's her name?
How many spouses she got?
2.
Man, get this out of here, bro. You know what? No. This is the big, no, bro. This is the big irony of what she said. Peep game. She said, what, you think you're just gonna throw me out and then I'm gonna have nothing? You think you're just gonna let me go? The irony is that most women are the ones who bring divorces to men. So it's not us saying you gotta leave. You're the one who's leaving, and then you also think that you're gonna get the house and the car and everything else. The audacity to make yourself sound like the victim and then also take all the benefits.
That's the numbers. That's the numbers. It's not taking it out. In all the relationship, it's women that bring, mostly women that brings a divorce. That's just a fact.
Stop.
No, exactly. You see this? It's not even the equality or what's right. It's everything for women. That's what it is. Dum.
You know what's crazy? It's crazy how women can get on live television and be this toxic. It's wild. Listen, my stance on this is very simple. If we get married and I made the money before, you're not touching that. After we get married, we go through that whole process, I'm down to support you because you've been part of that process from there on forward. You know, that's how I feel. That's how I'm going to stay feeling. Any kind of relationship or marriage I'm going to get to, I'm going to go with that. And I'm also going to make sure I'm going to be with a partner who's open to that kind of idea because the people I generally date have some level of integrity in that regards and are fine with that, right? They're not after my, so they don't mind signing. It's not a big deal to them, right? So I think in terms of showing commitment, I don't think having a prenup shows that you're not committed. If anything, I think it's an extra form of commitment because it alleviates any of those possible stresses that you have in regards to what may happen in regards to finances. Whether you're a man or a woman who's making a lot more, okay? It just takes that away.
Because you're actually thinking of after, not just the relationship.
The reason why I say this is because, like I said it before, but I got to think about my mom. I got to think about my brother, my sister. Like, I got people I'm taking care of. I can't have you leave and then rob them also of their, no, that's not going to work like that, right? So I have responsibilities. If you want to be with me in this regards and you really believe in this, then just sign it and we're going to work it out. But the idea like, oh, if you make this, that's stupid. That's stupid. Anybody who gets a divorce and acts like there's not a plan B, like, you lying. That's it. Most people recognize that there is a plan B.
That was a potato tape.
Yeah.
No. What you need to do is put all your eggs in one basket. Who says that? Who said that ever? And I don't even know how people would think that and think like that. But you know what? De tout pour faire un monde, I guess. You know, you need everything to make anything. So it makes no sense at all. Protect your neck. That's guys and girls. Protect your neck. As she said, if he gives you a contract, you should leave. Guys and girls, if you want him or her to sign a contract and they don't, leave. That's what I say.
Yep, that's how I feel. Marriage is a contract. I don't understand.
It is a contract.
It's like
so you're just adding more specificity to what the contract is. That's it. But
it's a plan B. It's like, yo, if you feel so strong, just stay with your partner. Why you gotta get signing any kind of paper? If y'all believe in it, why do you have to sign the dotted line?
I'm gonna drive my car, but I disconnected the airbags because I'm out of here.
It's stupid.
I'm done. Dumbest shit I've heard all day. Wow.
Hey, Private Hornsby, 942-3GD61, refrigerator tech. Hi, Kelly. Kelly.
So I haven't been using any of those dating apps. I haven't been on any dates lately. I've been voluntarily celibate. I'm just enjoying my own company.
Voluntary celibate.
God bless you.
I like that term.
I liked you. Yeah. Just knowing what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Maybe I should just go on an innocent little date tonight. What's the worst thing that can happen? My dumbass invited somebody to my sanctuary, otherwise known as Italy, for tiramisu.
Okay, this is one thing I will say. You got a spot you really like going to, and you're going on a first date.
And you invite the motherfucker over.
And they start coming even after you stop seeing them. Ooh. It's like when you bring your girlfriend to your favorite spot, like it's like a Thursday night, and she starts showing up when you're not together.
Yeah.
It changes the dynamic.
But what she mean by sanctuary? She means
like her favorite spot.
It was a favorite spot.
Yeah.
So I was swiping away on Bumble, left, right, and I swiped on somebody who was super attractive. Like, I mean, he looked like Aladdin.
Prince Ali, Alibaba.
I guess, that was not a brand. A whole new world. I mean, no.
Nigga, get the
It's just,
fuck outta here.
shut the fuck up with your Alibaba shit. Nigga, if I want to go a whole new world, I go about it.
No. Alibaba is a good song.
A whole new world is a good song as well.
If you were a simp.
What?
Yeah, it's a simp song.
No, it's not.
It's not a sing song?
No, it's not.
Sing it.
I won't.
Yeah, exactly. Because you don't want to sound simpy.
Not at all.
I'm like, insecurity. He's so cute. He's not gonna swipe right on me because he looks like a beautiful prince. Ali Shadibaja.
Nigga.
I'm gonna give you that one.
Yeah.
Give you that one.
Psychic.
I'm gonna give you that one.
You know what I mean?
And you already saw the video, but I'm gonna give you that one.
I didn't watch the whole video. Yo, hold on. No. Are you saying that I watched the video and then I pre-registered and I'm like, let me do this?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, I see how you are.
Because Ali, who's Ali? A motherfucker beef. That's what you are, nigga.
Bro, just give me my credit, bro. I predicted that.
Yeah, you predicted that.
Bitch, I guessed it.
You was right.
Yeah, right. Let's go, nigga.
He swipes right. I'm like, oh my God. I texted him. Hi, how's your Sunday going? He sends a paragraph back like, oh, I'm having a great evening. How about you? I'm like, oh, he actually messages paragraphs. That's like me, because I always send essays to people. Anyway, he's a really good texter so far, and I don't like texting. I said, hey, you want to ask me all these questions? Why don't we just talk about this in person? I'm going to get tiramisu right now.
Hey, man, I like this girl. She said, yo, man, cut the chit-chat, nigga. You trying to get some... I'm trying to get some... Like, we meeting or not?
Hey,
you know what?
say-
I like the way... She just moved it straight to the date. After the party, it's the after party. You know what I'm saying? After the after party, it's the hotel lobby. Boom, bing, bing, bing.
R. Kelly, stop it.
I'm going to get tiramisu. Would you like to meet me? I go to Italy. It's my favorite spot. He's like, okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes. I'm like, all right. So I'm pulling up. I'm looking inside to see just in case, is he like a 90-year-old man? Because sometimes I get catfish. I look in, I see Aladdin. Ali Jade. He's standing there. And he's looking fine as I'm like, oh, he is tall. He has his like hair going. Oh, he got the cheekbone. Oh, like.
It's very rare that I get to meet a girl creepier than me.
Gang.
I'm like, damn. I walk into Italy, and he's like, hey, Kelly. I'm like, oh, ew. I was expecting him to have like a badass Peaky Blinders, like gangster accent, like, I am going to impregnate you.
Wait. I'm going to impregnate you. Axe murderer up in. What the is up with that?
Women do love murder documentaries.
He's like, wow, this place is really, really cool. I've never been here before. He's like, is that the tiramisu? I'm like, why is he selling Bill Cosby?
What's the name of the capital that you had fun with when you were in the army? The capital?
Oh, you mean Hornsby? Hey, Private Hornsby, 942-3GD61, refrigerator tech. Hi, Kelly. Kelly, would you like to go on a date today? I'm so excited, huh? And he walked like this. Every time we would march. This nigga was a walking meme, bro. God bless him.
And he's like, should we get one or two? I'm like, we should get one each, because I don't like to share.
It's my kind of girl. If there's one thing I hate, is when a girl's like, oh no, we're just gonna share. I'm not even that hungry. You're gonna be hungry in 5 minutes.
You know what I hate? I hate this. Want something? Nah, I'm good. You want something? Nah, I'm good. Ooh, this looks good. No, girl. No. No.
I hate that.
No.
I hate that.
No. No. There's a restaurant in the States where you order the name of it's not that hungry.
Yeah.
It's another order of fries.
Another fries. That's genius. That's genius. That's actually smart. I'm gonna say this. I blew up a date one time because of this very issue. I went to the dessert spot, right? I took her to a nice dessert spot in the city.
So we're talking. He's like, tell me all about you. I'm like, oh, I hate when people ask me that. Like, ask me what are my interests. He's like, so what do you do for work? I hate when people ask that. Like, let's just talk about your interests. Let's go eat some good food. I want to know what music you listen to.
He doesn't know that because he doesn't know you. But I get what you're saying.
Flip side, most people don't like their work or are passionate about their work.
Fair.
Odds are you're going to be way more passionate or interested in the music that you listen to than the work.
I agree.
So that'd be.
You have to remind Kelly, I'm not in the dating world.
And he said something along the lines of like, I'm not trying to stalk you. I watch SVU. And I'm like, oh, you know, I like my SVU. This is good. This is going somewhere.
Quick side note, SVU's trash. The only Law & Order that's good is the original one. Yeah, SVU literally betrayed the whole series because it did the one thing that you're not supposed to do with Law & Order. Get into the personal lives of the detectives. Like, nobody cares. Law & Order was always about the case and its implications. SVU comes along and it's like, well, I'm Olivia's mom and are we dating? It's like, what is this drama? This is like traditional cop drama, which I hate.
So I'm getting invested now. Like, his voice is getting less annoying. He's really intrigued by me, and he loves SVU. I'm like, this is good. And then he goes, oh, there's just one more thing. I'm like, ugh. So I have to tell you, I really like you. I like your energy. You're very assertive, and you sound like you're outgoing and you're ambitious. I do have to tell you something. I'm like, do you have HIV? He goes, no. I'm like, are you married? No, God, no. It's nothing like that. I'm like, oh, what is it? He goes, I do have a kid. My heart kind of sunk. I'm like, oh, there it is. There it is. He goes, does that bother you? If I knew that he had a child, I would not have met.
Your profile says you don't want kids. He's not asking you to be pregnant. Like, there's a lot of interpretation. It doesn't mean that you don't like kids.
No. If you say you don't want kids, that generally means you're not interested in somebody who has kids. Generally.
I don't know about that.
And
So
also,
maybe-
and if you're unsure, ambiguous, if you're going on a date, just tell the person beforehand, so they can make that decision.
Sure.
And also, if you got a profile and you're like, oh, I'm 6'2", I work in private equity. By the way, I'm tall, dark, and handsome, but you don't mention the fact that you have kids. That's a problem.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, at the end of the day, you're the dating specialist.
The problem is he provided so much information that would work in his favor, but one big thing that most people are concerned with, he didn't. It's like not mentioning in your profile that you're married.
I understand.
Not mentioning the profile that you have children. You should tell people those things.
I am 23. I don't want to deal with your baby mama drama. Don't want it. It depends. Like what's your relationship like with your child and your ex-wife? He goes, we didn't end things amicably. I give her a lot of money every month.
Yeah, no, you kind of have to tell that. Especially if your past is in the present.
It's deception by omission.
Yeah.
Right. You can't omit that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Huh.
Like, I don't want to be at his place and then little kid comes up like, hi, mommy. And as he's just talking about this, I'm just thinking about his Bumble profile and how none of this was on there. Now, a lot of men disclose on their profiles, have children, or don't want. Most people do put that they have children. They are honest. Did he lie by not disclosing that he had kids? He put all of the other filters, but he skipped that one. He's practically guilt-tripping me, saying, you're such an amazing girl. Like, I've never had such a good date before. You have such great personality, and I don't want to pressure you. Like, I fully understand if you don't want to be with somebody who has kids. I'm like, wait, kids? You said kid. He goes, all right, I have 3 children.
Wow! Yeah, girl.
3?
Yeah, girl. Yeah.
That's it? You're done?
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah?
I'm sorry, Kelly. I'm sorry about that, Kelly. Kelly? Wow, that's whack, Kelly. That is hella whack. He know what he was doing. I really apologize. I apologize. And yeah, you just said that he didn't. No, that was not it. That was clearly not it.
I mean, yeah, I guess this just comes back to what I said before. It's like, it's not just a men thing. Like, even a lot of women who I've talked to, they hear the person and they're just not into that idea. It goes on both sides of the aisle.
Absolutely.
You know?
Wow, Kelly. So, yeah, sorry about that. It's whack that she was coming out of being voluntarily celibate, and then she comes out to this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If it looks too good to be true, it probably is.
Yup.
You know, there's normally a drawback with people who are that level of attractive and that available and that like into you right away. It's like, what's wrong? Consider you're this and you have a pick of the litter. Why are you here with me? I'd be super suspicious. I've had that happen before, where the super hot like model type girl hit me up, and I'm like, I haven't even put any game in, and you're like eager.
Who sent you?
You're just eager. Like, it didn't make sense. Like, for how much work I put in, what you were giving me, considering how you look and how well. I'm like,
who sent you? And what is that?
But I was like, okay.
What happened?
And I just paid attention, and then she made her move. Very, very smart move. She's like, so, do you want to meet up? And here's what I said. If I've been talking to you for 5 minutes and you were just pushed to meet up,
yeah,
I'm suspicious. Why do you think I'm suspicious?
Because you're too eager. That's not the game.
You're a woman.
Yeah.
How are you this trusting of someone you've never met, willing to meet in person and go do the dirty? When we just, I mean, I had big red flashes. And I'm like, what is this? Are you a dude? Like, what's going on? Are you trying to play me? You think I'm gonna send you nudes? Like, what's happening right now? She's like, no. I'm like, all right, so what's the play? She's like, what do you mean to play? I'm like, there's something wrong right now. She's like, no, there isn't. I'm like, stop fronting with me. And she's like, okay. Are you willing to pay? And I was like, there you go. There it was. And I was just like, in my head, I started chuckling. I was like, no, I'm not willing to pay. And she says, oh, that sucks. And I'm like, but if you want to tell me about your experiences, fleecing other niggas, I'll definitely hear about your experiences, but I will never meet you. So always be a little bit suspicious when people are that eager and they're that attractive. But on the flip side, he should have been more forthcoming. Just be honest, guys. Whatever you got, doesn't matter whether it's kids or this or that. Like, just tell the people if you think it's going to be a deal breaker. Rather be upfront with it. Weed out the people who are not open to that, and just get the people who want to be with you. You know what I mean? That's my take on it. So that's it for today's video. Let us know what you guys think in the comments.
Kelly, stay strong, Kelly.
The wives have no idea where they're going or who they'll be living with.
It's nerve-wracking because Tombstone is a unique individual. It takes a special woman to tolerate him.
And her husband is called Tombstone?
The white girl's husband is called Tombstone. What can you gather from that name? Why do you think he's called Tombstone?
Maybe he works in the graveyard. Or he's a biker.
Before they meet their new families, Carrie and Kiera have a chance to look around their new homes.
I see the motorcycle. Okay.
Tombstone sounds like a motorcycle gang motherfucker. Like some of my people, the 1%ers. In the bike world, 1%ers are
bike people.
You're outlaws.
Okay.
No, it's not bike people. It's your outlaws. It's not everybody that has a bike or a patch in the back that are outlaws. You have the 2 patches, the 3 patches. I'm considered a 2 patch. The 2 patches, you have the emblem of your bike gang, and you have the name. That's 2 patch. That's inoffensive. That is, they don't do nothing. And there's 3 patches where there's a logo, there's the name of your gang, and then there's the city. That's a 3 patch. That's a 1%er. That's.
Keep it a buck. I wasn't listening to none of that.
It's all good.
You went from 1 patch to 2 patch to 3 patches to Tupac to 2 batches to I was like, nigga.
First off, fuck you, bitch, and the click you claimed.
I'm glad you cut that. West Side, we quick with game. You claim to be a player, but
The suitcase might be too big to take in there. I see some rusty weights, which means they probably don't work out.
Damn.
Oh, workout stuff. No idea what this is or what it's used for.
Ooh, stinks in here. Definitely love motorcycles. I'm nervous that he will be the stereotypical biker thug.
It's kind of nice for a change hearing a black girl refer to a white dude as a thug.
Yeah, like, your typical,
Yeah.
I don't want to say the word, those thugs.
It's like the first time I discovered cheese. Like, I didn't know I needed that in my life until I had it. And then I'm like, nigga, give me that feta on everything. It feels nice.
You don't like, you don't know Velveeta?
I know Velveeta now. But when I didn't know Velveeta, I didn't want to know Velveeta. It's just interesting because I'm hearing that. I'm like, I never hear that. We should start referring to white people as Nick.
Calm down. Well, I'm not calling a white person Nick Cannon.
Damn, nigga. That was good. That was good.
Ooh.
I ain't mad at you. That was good, nigga. That was good. I'll give you that one.
Dirty dishes in the sink. I want to do them so bad. Doing the dishes. That is a woman's place.
What? What's wrong? What's wrong?
I don't agree. But
You don't feel like it's a woman's place to do the dishes?
No.
Whose place is it?
Whoever made them dirty. Clean your goddamn shit. Whoever made them dirty. That's it.
Are these cigarettes in the freezer? They got tons of ramen noodles. No.
I see some spinach, cheese, 100% vegan cheese. Vegan. Oh no, they don't eat meat.
Okay, can we just stop pretending like vegan meat is the bane of everyone's existence? Like, if you've ever had someone make you really good vegan food, it tastes fine. It's actually really good nutrition.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Vegan food is not the problem. The problem is vegans.
Yeah. Aaron, your comment, that's not vegan. Maybe you don't want to eat it every day, I understand, but let's stop pretending like eating a vegan meal is like the scariest thing in the world.
would.
It's delicious.
I would eat it every day. No problem.
I feel the same way, but a lot of people, I can understand for their dietary needs. For the dietary needs, it may not be the most optimal thing for whatever lifestyle they want.
But the thing is that vegan food used to be disgusting. It used to be. But that's when, people were not exploring. They were like, ew, vegan food and this is not good. But it was really just, they were not embracing the spices.
Yeah.
So it was pretty dry and leafy. But
there's great vegan food out there, so I don't know. I feel like that's stigma, hopefully, with more time.
Yeah.
And maybe you don't have great access to vegan restaurants in your area, so maybe that kind of colors you. Because we also have to admit that vegan food generally was always seen as a very bougie thing. But if you happen to live in an area where there's low income opportunities for you to get access, try it out. There's some really good spots. Mm-hmm. I think that's one thing that we're really fortunate about living here in this city specifically.
Yeah.
There's so much access to affordable, delicious food from different cultures and different dietary regimens, if you will.
Absolutely.
Carrie and Kiera have each written a manual to guide the new wife with the running of their home.
My husband KP and I are high school sweethearts.
Aww. My biker husband Tombstone is the love of my life, and I am his ride or die biker bitch. So I ride on tombstones. What does that mean?
You know what? If that's how y'all talk to each other, there's nothing wrong with it.
No, if that's your thing, that's your thing.
That's your thing.
My girl is definitely not my ride or die biker bitch.
I am a singer, dancer, fitness guru, and influencer.
Real talk, I'd rather be known as a biker bitch than an influencer. I'm not even fronting with you, bro. Something about the term influencer and people of color makes me cringe.
Yeah. Every time someone tells me like, "Oh, you're an influencer," no.
Nah, bro.
It's people that are influenceable.
Hard pass.
Luckily, KP is not only my husband, but my manager. But I'm the boss.
I believe in old-fashioned family values. Women need to be seen and not heard.
This is what I'm saying. If that's your relationship, that's fine. But saying stuff like women need to be seen or not heard, a woman's place is doing the dishes, like maybe for your relationship.
If that's your place.
If you, in your relationship, you have to understand, that's fine. But saying like a woman's place is here or a man's place, it's like, I cringe so hard when I hear stuff like that.
Men don't know how to be men anymore. Oh boy. Don't get me or Tombstone started at stay-at-home dads. Excuse me, my husband is a stay-at-home dad, and he's definitely a man, okay? There's no pussification in my house.
You know what? If that works for them, great. I know a lot of people won't clown that or clown a man. Like, listen, any father who chooses to be present in the child's life, I'm going to respect. And any father who's fine with the wife, as long as the wife respects him and shows him that deference and doesn't belittle him as a result of that, I think that's great. And it should be like that vice versa. Even if I make the most amount of income in my relationship, I would not treat my partner lesser than because they're spending more time at home. So if that's your relationship, I mean, what's wrong with that? And I think calling people pussies because they don't subscribe to your ideal relationship, I don't know. It just seems very juvenile. Am I wrong?
I believe the same.
KP and I basically share chores in the household. So, king of the house cleans his home. I think the king of the house should be able to enjoy his home, not clean it.
You know what? You can do both. I enjoy my home more when I clean it. And I enjoy the idea of picking up my weight. You know, like, okay, cool. The person I'm with, they cook more often than I do. But I also like making them a meal every now and then, just like taking the burden off of them, just to break the monotony of everyday life. This idea that you can't enjoy your home because you've cleaned it is ridiculous to me, personally.
To each their own. That's really definitely not my thing. It's archaic, but whatever floats your boat. You cleaned it so you can't enjoy it. I mean, I washed my car. Does that mean I can't enjoy my car? I washed my bike. It means I can't enjoy my bike because I cleaned it. You understand what I'm saying? So it doesn't really make sense to me, but whatever.
It's now time for the wives to meet their new husbands and
$1,600 square feet. It's gonna have a bunch of small bedrooms.
families.
Hey.
Hi.
He walks, he's like, hey, oh, she's black.
First, coming into my castle, my throne, and of course, you got to live our way first, right?
So you believe in women not being heard, being seen and not heard?
I mean, that's more or less the rules of the house.
Hi. Say hi. What's your name? Pizza. Hey.
Papa squat right here, baby.
Papa so squat. You're big on the whole helping with the children.
Oh yeah, every day.
I am the main child care.
Oh, okay.
And house cleaner. And person in the kitchen. Because that is a woman's place.
No.
What's your favorite food?
We eat bacon.
Yeah, I saw that.
And you're not vegan. I've only been vegan since February.
And what was your deciding factor?
My wife asked me to.
His wife asked him to.
She has a problem with wife giving decisions.
It wasn't a decision. It was a request.
I understand what you're saying. She asked.
Yeah.
She didn't demand, she asked. I get that. But that's not how she sees. The woman to her is not even supposed to talk.
Yeah.
So her just asking for things is her transgressing the rules that the woman can or cannot do.
Yeah. People are like, well, why would he change? Because he asked. But maybe because he was open to it. He tasted so much good vegan food that he was fine. You know how many people I've seen who are in relationships, one of them is vegan, the other one's not. And after they eat enough vegan food, they're like, oh, I can do this.
No, it's not that bad.
She makes such good vegan food. Like, I'm fine with it.
It's not
It
bad.
happens
That's
to
what
pro
happened with me.
athletes. It happens to people on
I
a
had so
regular
many
level.
good
Like,
fish
there's
shits
nothing
that-
wrong with it. You know, we might rag on vegans because like the stereotypical vegans sometimes are so cringy. But as far as the vegan diet,
The food is good.
Fine.
You don't do any chores.
No.
You don't cook or clean or.
No.
And you don't eat healthy at all.
No.
I'm vegan. Did you know that?
When Kiara says that she's a vegan, it scares me.
Would you be willing to try healthy food?
People over the years, they've tried to change me. If nobody's been able to change me yet, good luck.
You know what this make me think of? It made me think of that country song. I love my religion, love my guns, and I love this country. And that should be all of our attitudes, because this is America. And a country boy is good enough for me. And there's like bagpipes playing in the background. It's just like...
You don't like bagpipes?
Well, I do. It's just...
You
so
like bagpipes?
Yeah, I think they sound great. I wouldn't put a kilt on and do that, but I respect it. You know, on this topic specifically, here's how I feel. I think people are free to want whatever relationship that they want, but I think it gets a little bit strange when people are like, this is a woman's role, or this is where a woman belongs. That's where I'm like, ugh, but that's just me. What about you?
Me, I mean, I've always seen my parents do, things equally, so that's not a problem for me, you know what I mean? And it worked like that. Yeah. And that's what I want to, work with, because I got some things I'm good at, there's some things I'm not that good at, so it's just like a team effort, you know what I mean? I don't want to dictate everything and stuff. There's some things I might be wrong or not be able to do. So, yeah, it is. Everybody got their strengths, and that's what it is. I said it the best. I said it, I keep on saying that. I'm going to say it again. Women should go in the kitchen, men should go in the kitchen. There's food in there. Let's cook. Let's go.
So you don't think that a woman's place is in the kitchen?
Yeah, it is. So a man as well is in the kitchen. We cook. Let's go. There's food in there. If you're in the kitchen making food and I'm in the kitchen, we're gonna eat twice faster. You understand what I'm saying? So let's go. Let's go. But that's how I think. If people don't think like that, that's on them. That's on them. Whatever.
Yeah. Some people give in different ways. If you don't want to reciprocate in the kitchen and cleaning, maybe you give in financial ways or in time spent or whatever. That's fine. And if that's how you guys get your balance, that's okay. Yeah. That's okay because it's good for you and it works for you. I just don't think it's necessarily like the prototype for necessarily all relationships, and I think we all agree on that.
But that's all. That and then that's me. That's just the way I see things. It's like being with the kids. I see my dad spending time with me, and it was like I remember I got memories of my dad taking us from school, and he was not working that day, and he brought us to the skating rink. And my sister, she was doing figure skating at the time, and he just bought me skates because she was skating. I'm gonna skate. So we were skating before school, and then we went back home. I got memories of that. Would it have to be my mom to take care of that all the time? No, she was working. He could and it's memories that I have with my dad. It's memories that I have with my dad, and it's great memories. So I don't know why you wouldn't want that, but if that's your thing, that is your thing. It's not, I made kids to my wife. No. we had kids together, and I take care of it. But that's me. That's how I was raised. That's how I see things. I want to be involved with my kids, and I want to have memories with them.
Yeah. As long as both parties are consenting and they both feel that way, then I don't care.
You know, it's messed up that some people have the only memory that they have with their dad is the dad beating them, or the dad is only the disciplinary thing.
Well, I mean, just because you live in that traditional life doesn't mean you don't spend time with your kid. You don't take time with your kids after work to go biking.
That's not what I said. I said there's some people that the only memories that they have of their dad is the dad disciplining them. I'm not saying that because you live in a more traditional way, you don't spend time with a kid. That's not what I'm saying. But there's some people that have that's their thing. The memory that they have is the kids are just, hey, what the hell are you doing here? You put down the noise? God damn it. And then leave. And the dad doesn't take care of the kids other than that. But I want to help with this, like all the things that have to be done around the house, as well as taking care of the kids.
Well, what do you guys think? We wanted to hear from you guys, so leave your comments below. Let us know.
So if you haven't seen, there are accusations that have come out against David Dobrik, Jason Nash, and kind of the general group called the Vlog Squad. Right? And so essentially, those uninitiated to the kind of YouTube world. David Dobrik, massive creator. The people he has around him, the people he's brought up, referred to as the Vlog Squad. And in recent weeks, several former members have gone on the H3 podcast to air their concerns. And that's because we saw former member Seth Francois coming out and saying that he was assaulted during a prank that David pulled on him with Jason Nash in 2017. And as far as what is being described as a prank here, you have David asking Seth, would he be comfortable in a video kissing Corinna Kopf? But seemingly for this vlog as kind of the joke, Corinna would be wearing an old person mask and a costume. To which Seth says, yes, he's new to the group, he wants to help David, maybe also he's open to kissing Corinna. But instead of sending out Corinna to kiss him, David puts out Jason, who was a 45-year-old man at the time. And they end up actually making out for what feels like a while.
What just happened?
Okay, this YouTuber would not be alive if he did this to niggas. I'm sorry. If I'm like, yo, you trying to kiss this girl, put on a blindfold, and I make you kiss a dude? What you mean?
Okay, so he put it. Oh my God.
Am I lying?
Oh my God.
Bruh, I would never in my entire life think of doing that as a joke. If I'm doing that, it's because I'm trying to beef you.
Filming it,
nigga,
and you putting it online. C'est un sandwich au poulet. It's a wrap. It's a whole wrap.
It's a deli.
It's dead. You know what? Wow.
As a straight person for you, and this is not an anti thing. I have my orientation. You have violated my boundaries.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what it comes down to.
That's it.
Nah, bro. You gotta hold a big L for this one. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's not a prank. It's not a prank to violate somebody's boundaries. Do people not understand that? You can't just hit somebody and be like, oh, it's a prank, bro. It's why that other kid who ran up to people, he's like, hey, man, and he pulled out a knife and someone shot him.
Yeah.
Like, it's a prank, bro.
That's not a prank. But we knew that would happen.
Natural selection, bro. Good for you.
But
good for you. And I'm going to say this. You know what I mean? You played that game with that kid, but I tell you, man, do that with the wrong person, get snuffed out. Listen, I'm going to say this, bro. Maybe this is a hot take. Maybe this is crazy. But I saw this whole platform come down on Shade Dawson because of some comments that he made about Chunk, which unacceptable, cool. Jada got online, boom. Bro, how is this kid allowed to do pranks like this on this platform, basically violating someone's boundaries? To me, that's crazy. How you can have those two and think they're that separate? Like, this person talked about doing up stuff, and get him off, I don't care, fine. What this is? And you monetized it and made money off of it?
But then we have to cut certain words. We have to resort to using words like womanism, self-delete, right? Because we don't. If we use the other word, we're just gonna be demonetized, right? But then you gonna. And
how,
then
bro? Nah, bro. I don't think I'm overreacting. Maybe I'm just saying if it's me in that situation, nah. We throwing hands, dead ass. Where are your values that you would violate someone's boundaries like that for content? That's what I don't understand.
Also, it appears that most viewers at the time might have thought this was kind of another scripted segment, a fake thing, which is why we actually saw David Dobrik in the comment section saying, for the people saying this is fake, are you out of your mind? Jason Nash in the comments congratulating Seth on what he called his vlog initiation. This is also not the only time that Seth got tricked into kissing Jason Nash without his consent. Seth said that around 2018, David kept asking him what it would take to make one of those videos again, but Seth kept refusing, saying he didn't like that that video that he didn't want to deal with that situation again. And so then, one day, David asked Seth to be in what he thought was a beef jerky commercial. Seth's excited, thinking this is a huge opportunity. And on the set, you had people dressed like gorillas, with Seth then told to make out with one of the gorillas, who turned out to be Jason Nash. So even though David knew Seth wanted no part in it, he did it again. And this, in part, ultimately led to Seth moving out of Los Angeles, with also the jerky brand that was used in that fake ad having to come forward to clarify that they were not in a partnership with Dobrik and they do not condone what happened.
Bro, I don't even know how to add valuable commentary to this. Like,
just play the goddamn tape, bro.
Nah, bro, you did it once, twice. Even though he told you, you know what, bro? My bad. You were right.
There's some people that are trash.
You guessed it. You guessed it.
There's some people that are trash.
You know what, bro?
There's some people
on this day, you was right.
There's some people.
You guessed it.
You was right.
Let's go, man. You know what? I should have valued your opinion last time and recognized that it was low-key noble. It was unacceptable me to just say no because...
But you had a valid point.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say two things. One, for me, this is not necessarily about power. This is about the fact that somebody's boundaries are violated.
Thank you.
I really believe this. If you'd flip these genders, the response would not be the same.
Of course.
Because it's a man's boundaries being violated, this dude can get on social media and keep posting like nothing's happening. But, you know what I mean? If you have a female on the other side of that, I'm not saying like a female kiss, but a female kissing a 45-year-old dude. Like,
you get a lesbian to kiss another girl, she'd be down, and then you make her kiss a dude.
You know what I mean? I guess I just don't understand. It's like, I remember when that whole Shea Dawson stuff and he made those comments about Willow, right? Everyone went nuts. And justifiably so. Like I said, I don't see how this is not just as bad. I think it's worse. I mean, actions took place. Am I crazy for saying this? Is this a hot take?
No.
I feel like this is mild.
It's not a hot take.
Like it's a sub that's been on the counter for an hour.
It's just...
Subway.
Ta-da.
Okay.
This is ta-da.
I don't know. To me, it just blew my mind when I heard this story. Just couldn't imagine doing something like that to somebody.
With some creators like Nick Kiswani, otherwise known as Big Nick, saying that the group was toxic, it was cult-like, saying he was and felt forced to participate in jokes making fun of his size at his expense, which led to other people thinking they could make fun of him for those reasons as well.
Just on that first topic, I think when you make your friends and your family the content, sometimes you push the boundaries of what they're comfortable with to constantly extract things.
You remember Bad Dad?
No, what was that?
John! It was like a dad with a Batman mask, and it was with his family, and he was always nagging his wife, John!
Yeah.
And his kids and everything and stuff. It was fun at first, but at some point, you know, growing kids, you know your dad is always gonna barge in with a fucking Batman thing, and then, you know, you don't have your privacy, you don't. It was really fun, but at some point, it's just like, yo, bruv.
Let me just chill.
I understand. It can become very old, and at the point, like at some point, they don't last for years and years. No. At some point, it's very tiring. So at some point,
and it also affects your relationships to such a negative degree. So like, are you really going to sacrifice the people around you for content?
Yeah.
First off, this person has no power. He's trying to appeal to you and your group, and you violated his boundaries once in such a terrible way I couldn't imagine. And then he said, no, I'm not okay with it. So you were made aware and you doubled down.
No, it's not even the power thing.
It is.
It is. Hold on.
It is.
No, hold on.
I need to chill.
He said no. Even if you're taking an accountability, the power thing, like you say that he had power, he said no. No, I'm not doing one of those videos. Therefore, he tricked him. Power or not. Has nothing to do with power.
It does.
He tricked him. If I ask him to do a video like that, I'm going to trick. He's going to say no. I'm not going to use my power. I'm going to use him wanting to advance in the commercial.
The only reason he wants to be around him is because of the power.
Because him, as who he was, he stepped forward with all his power, with who he was. You want to do one of those things again? And he said no. So when he said no to the power. I'm not gonna do everything.
Why did he trust him?
I'm not saying no.
Why did he trust him?
Because it was something else. Because I thought it was something else.
No, the reason why you're so willing to trust someone like that, the reason why you're so willing to give deference to that person is because they have this image, because they have this squad, because they can do stuff.
If he came to that dude and he's like, yo, you're doing that, and he said no, it's because he's saying no to the power. Because him, if it was just for the power, to be like, you know what, he's powerful, he's got this and that, I'll do one of those sketches again. He would have done those sketches again. But now, he decided to say no. And you had to trick him to change his way. Like, you know what, it's not one of those sketches, it's really just a commercial. So we're going to put you in that commercial. So that's really what I think. But I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree.
Also, I recognize that you maybe not seen their videos before or seen what they guys do, but they do these kind of pranks and these kind of crazy stuff with all kinds of people. All of these people are flocking towards him because he has so much influence. And what ends up happening is that later on they're like, oh, this person hurt me. Oh, this person, well, why were you there? Because it's David Dobrik. In that same token, why would all those girls tolerate what R. Kelly's doing? They can say all that stuff, but his power, he's the Pied Piper, is he not?
I hate that term.
But isn't that who he is, though? It's like, I get what you're saying because it makes it worse the fact that he said no.
He said no.
He had to
because he said actually no to the power.
Right, I agree. But here's the minute thing, right? It's like, preach, if you know somebody's dangerous. And they,
dangerous!
Right, and they come to you and they're like, hey man, do you want to do this prank again? And you're like, no. No. And then like, would you want to do this other thing? One of the few reasons that you would trust that person, even though there's very little reason to trust that person considering they violate your boundaries, is because of who they are.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if R. Kelly comes to you and he says, do you want to come to the shower? You're like, no. Do you want to come do this? No. Okay? Then he's like, well, do you want to do this water? Why would you trust him knowing who he is? Because of the image.
Yeah.
Right? Right? Like, that buys you a certain level of grace and a certain level of, like, I can do as much as I want. In that same token, a girl who's really attractive and who has a hold on you can get away with a lot because she's attractive. Yeah. You know? So that's the part that bothers me with this. I get you wrong because actually your point makes what he did worse. I agree on that notion. But the power is always present in this because of the fact that he admired this person. Yeah. Right? And
in that case, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he says at the beginning, I wanted to be part. I wanted to help out. That's what he says. And guys, if you're watching this, right, like you see us getting heated, all this stuff, we're not heated at each other.
No.
We're heated about the situation.
Yes.
Right?
Because it's so stupid. It's so crazy.
It actually, I feel bad for the dude who had that happen to him because he got embarrassed and he had his boundaries violated in front of millions of people for money. And he had his trust violated by people he thought he could trust and who were seemingly decent people. You know? So I think that's why I'm heated. Sometimes it doesn't always come out the right way, so we get in these callback first.
No, it's really
just want you to know.
Yeah, it's really the situation that gets us like that. We're just invested in what's going on. Yeah, it's not against me and it's not against him. Yeah, we're just proving the point. That's how we shoot the shit. So don't be wild in the comments. Oh my God, the disrespect that he. That's not that ain't it. No, don't be mad about shit that we ain't even mad about.
What are your overall thoughts on this whole thing?
I got a couple of things. Well, to the prank thing, I was never a fan of the prank things. The first minute that these things happen on YouTube, I was never a prank thing. And when some people would send me those prank things, I was like, yo, for real, don't ever send me that again. I don't want to watch it. I didn't watch it. I don't want to engage in it, you know? Today we're going to go to the hood and we're going to piss off some people. It's like taking advantage of the misery of people. I was never big on that. I was never watching it. I was never down with it. You know what I mean?
There's an interesting Instagram fad called hotness yoga. It's where women wear very tight spandex and do these yoga poses, and the shots are pretty intense.
Oh man, cut the crap, all right? The shots are shots of booties, pum pum, and every curvature that you see upon the girl. You hear? It's not about namaste, it's namaste in the pum pum, you hear? Stop trying to say like, well, you see, the postures are very subject, brother. That and there's a bumbo clot, you hear? You see the pum pum of the thing, the girl spread out, the girl skin out, she out of there. All her legs are part out. Stop trying to say that it's, you know, it's a bit. No, that's what it is. It ain't got nothing to do with yoga. Yoga is a way of life, and their way of life, and that be the whole life. There's nothing wrong with the life. You can hold life if you want to. You be a little skittle up in the streets, run up and down. That is none of my business. You hear? None of my business. But if you're going to be and pretend like you're some kind of natural, sensible human being, but you're not, I got a problem with that. Sorry, carry on.
Just appreciate the fact that you struggle with regular English, but that shit is easy to you, nigga. Can we all just appreciate this nigga struggle on like regular ass English words, but the moment he gets into patois, it's like a.
You know what the thing is? There's two languages that in English the way I pronounce is better. Like regular English, I struggle, but you know what? Is also that accent. When I do that, it's different. Whenever I say these words, it just comes out. But the regular English, I don't know. Maybe it's too close to. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
There is some kind of perverse about taking a practice like yoga, and then commercializing it, which has been happening for quite some time. But then also like sexualizing it in this way. You know what I mean?
Yes, it's Halloween all over again.
What you mean?
Halloween was not what it was, a pagan festivity. It was not something that was supposed to be out there to, you would dress as the dead, you would dress to commemorate the dead, not sexy nurse, sexy Pikachu. It's a bit Halloween all over again.
So what are your thoughts on the whole matter?
Like the hoeing thing, I don't care about it. You want to hoe, you want your whole face. And I'm talking guys or girls. Whether it's a girl that is out there doing yoga poses in leggings or skin tone leggings or whatever, or a man with his banana right there on the picture, abs and everything and stuff. That I don't have a problem if you're on that phase. But if you use let's work out good and it's not about working out, you don't give no information about your working out. It's just 50 shades of you posing in a suggestive way. That's not the point. It's not yoga. You're not doing this for the yoga. You're not doing this for the way of life. You're not doing this to be flexible. You're doing this to show people that you're flexible. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. I'm like, yo, I'm not buying into this. Look, I made my nails today, and then there's just a big old picture of your booty. No. You want to show your booty? Show your booty. But don't try to make me think that it's some kind of other thing that you're trying to show. It's just, if you want to do it. But it's just, come on now. We know why you're doing it. There's no information, panda poses. There's no information on. I'd rather have someone that's like, yo, you know what? Whole phase, I'm just going to expose myself like that. Then you trying to sell it to me in some kind of package that is not. Come on, it's not that. It ain't it. It ain't it. Bait. It's just super baity. It's just super cringe to me.
I hate all the being me and myself and others receive, but I will admit, I definitely look very awkward in this picture.
The fuck out of here. Take all your shit. Get out. It ain't about bullying. It ain't about. Come on now. With the quotes. The quote. It's the quotes for me. It's the quote. You trying to put a cute quote. It's not because you put a quote on a picture of you that you really. It's just. Man, no.
Do I look like Aquaman or is it just me?
You don't look like Aquaman. It ain't got nothing to do with it. It's like, yo. To me, it's just cringe. But there's a lot of people that like that. Do you, boo-boo? But it's cringe. I don't know, man. I don't know why I take offense. Like, it's calling me stupid in my face.
Everyone knows what's going on. There's just an interesting irony between, like, what yoga preaches and practices and then what she's espousing and what she's showcasing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's the only weird thing.
Yes.
To be like, hey, man, this is the best Muslim in the world while, like, I'm biting into a live pig. It's just like... The amount of haram that's happening on screen right now while I'm trying to do that, it's just crazy to me. Sometimes people send me like Instagram pages to look at and or the feed will recommend me stuff and I cringe so often. Someone raised an interesting question. They said, Ab, would you ever consider dating beautiful women like this? I'm like, no.
What does that have to do with the beauty?
How much are you willing to tolerate because they're hot?
No, because you don't have to tolerate because they're hot. I mean, I don't care if she's beautiful or not.
But people do. That's
yes, people do. But I wouldn't care. It's not about that. It's not about how beautiful she is. That's not even the conversation and what makes it cringe. It's not the hotness. It's the rest of it.
Yes, but basically it's like, are you willing to overlook what she's doing because she's very attractive?
No.
At the end of the day, this is about her being attractive.
Yeah.
Because this page wouldn't be popping if her ass wasn't popping.
No, it wouldn't be popping like that.
Exactly. So that does play a factor in all this. And the whole Instagram scene kind of weirds me out. Whether it's like male or females with everyone putting their stuff out there, I'm just like, You know, I struggle with this whole conversation for a hot minute, but something about this one in particular, this fad, is just awkward to me.
You want to put a picture of you looking good? Put a picture of you looking good. But don't try to get past like it's some righteous. It's not. It's for your ego. You're boosting your ego.
Don't say, "Oh, love my baptism." Fucking pouring holy water on yourself that's like running down between your breasts. It's like, okay, you know.
It's fine that it's for your ego, but don't try to make it past like something else and try to put a quote.
Just be shameless.
A quote that.
Just be shameless. But anyways, tell us what you guys think. Why do you guys feel in the comments below? Today's topic, Gina Carano. So, if you're unaware, Gina Carano is a ex-mixed martial art artist, as well as one of the actresses from the TV show The Mandalorian on Disney.
And X-Men Deadpool.
And recently she was let go by Disney from The Mandalorian for tweets she made.
So what she made?
Tweets.
I just said that because you don't like to say tweets. Now you're cheesed.
So, if you guys want to know what's said in those messages,
she got let go for a tweet, bro.
Basically, she made a comparison saying the way that we're treating people who are right wing or who believe in the right, you know, as long as we keep doing stuff like this, it may lead to a lot of the same things that happened to in Germany. Now, a lot of people got upset about this and made us think about it. Disney got upset and decided to just fire her, and everyone's talking about it. Now that I've kind of paraphrased, I'll put the messages up.
Now you can't use that word.
I can't stand that word. Anyways.
Tweet.
Who got the keys to my Jeep? Is this an attack on free speech? I think not by the literal definition, but I do think it is bad for public discourse. The problem doesn't lie in the fact that they fired her. The problem lies in the fact that they apply these rules unevenly. I think every company, every entity is allowed to determine what kind of speech they find defensible or not. But when the lead star of the exact same TV show, Pedro Pascal, who is also on The Mandalorian, when he makes a reference to what the Jews suffered, but this time it's about the kids being locked up at the border, that's sanctioned. That's fine. But then when the other side, you know, the more right-wing leaning side does a similar reference, that's unacceptable. And I think what people generally have an issue with is what they feel like when liberals get to express themselves, it's seen as acceptable by the media, therefore it's greenlit. But then when the opposite aisle expresses themselves on public platforms, they lose their job. And there's a resentment that builds from that over time. I won't even get into the fact that Disney just loves, you know, Hollywood in general loves to virtue signal, you know, where they'll say, you guys can't make references to, you know, these internment camps. Meanwhile, they're making deals with China, who got Uyghurs locked up in present day internment camps.
Weren't they filming next to a camp?
So when you know this stuff, it makes it extra distasteful when they pretend to be virtuous. Right,
a bit like a yoga model.
Exactly. So there's that element of there that kind of rubs you the wrong way. I think this is just bad for public discourse. In a time where people are so fractured on opposite ends of the spectrum, and they just yell at the other end of the aisle, you don't bridge that gap by saying this speech is now unacceptable. Everything that leans right, you're going to lose your job in the arts. Well, then what happens to the artistic world where the only people who get to speak and share their opinions are that of a liberal mindset? And if you're right-leaning, well, you can't join the arts. Or if you want to join, keep your mouth shut. Do we think that's a good thing?
Aren't you doing the same thing that you're fighting against?
No, do you really think that's a good thing? So I think that's what I question. I don't think this is a wise decision, but they have the right to. But just because they have the right to exercise it doesn't mean I think it's a good thing, nor does it mean I respect it. But it does seem uneven. It does seem like if you lean right and you're saying this stuff on these public platforms, there is a possibility. That's just the way I perceive it. Now, my perception may be off, but it feels like a lot of other people perceive it that way. And I do think that most of us would agree that Hollywood, that the arts, and that general mainstream media has a very left-leaning, you know, even social media platforms have a very left-leaning stance. And when it comes to matters of censorship or matters of like shutting people down, it seems like the right definitely gets the brunt of it. That's just been my perception from afar. And I think that's just bad for public discourse, even if I don't agree with the opinions that they're espousing. I do think they should be able to say those things without fearing like that their job is going to be lost tomorrow. So what were your thoughts when you saw it? Did you feel like this was free speech being threatened or being hurt?
I think it's the same thing that goes on over and over again. Basically, she had the right to say it. Disney had the right to do what they did. Is it dangerous? Is it potentially? I'm looking at it and I'm like, was what she said that bad? But then again, you know, there's a certain group of people that are kind of untouchable. That's the thing.
Don't name them. They who shall not be named.
No, I'm not gonna name them.
Yeah.
They're untouchable. I'm not gonna name them.
Yeah, Harry
They're
Potter.
Voldemort. Exactly. Tommy Riddle in this. What the hell is wrong with you? I ain't naming names, but there are people that are untouchable. There are people that, whether it was what you said was right or wrong, it's not even no longer a matter of that. It's whether they like what you said or no. There's a lot of people. There's groups of people like that, all right, that are untouchable. As a matter of fact, it makes me think of a joke that one of my friends did about those untouchable people. And he made a joke about people that you cannot joke about. And he joked about them. And now he's in court. So he was talking about something that was real in the form of a joke, and he's in court over a joke that's going to potentially cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars right now. You know what I mean? That's where we're at right now. Whether he wins or lose, that money is spent. All right. So basically, it proves your point. It proves the point of the person you're trying to cancel. I'm not saying I agree with all the tweets. I'm not saying I agree with the person or whatever, whatnot. I'm just saying it could potentially harm people. Yeah, it's potentially dangerous. There's groups that you can't touch. Can't touch this. Can't touch this. It proves the point that you can't touch these people. But anyways, they had the right to do it. It's their brand. They do what they want. I think it's a bit extreme. But it's at their discretion. Every time we bring something up and we say something is at the discretion of someone, there's no parameters really. There's no really parameters. It's just really at the discretion of the people on top to do whatever they want to do. And they no longer want to associate with you. They can do that. People have been doing that. It's just like the Tessie with the other YouTuber. You're losing your job over something that you did in your privacy in your house, but it gets exposed. That's where we're at right now. Wrong or not, it's potentially dangerous. Yeah, I believe it.
I don't personally like when people make comparisons to slavery, or people make comparisons to, you know, what the Jews had to deal with. But I still think, I don't know. I don't think you should be fired for that. But I don't make the decisions. I just don't like that they were such hypocrites about it. It's hard to feel like it's fair. It's like when your parents beat you for something that your sister did.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing.
It's hard to have.
It's hard to look at that
at your parents and be like, okay, you're the person that teaches me. That's a decision that you're doing. You had all the information.
Yeah.
But it's me that get the beating. After that, you're gonna look your parents a certain type of way.
Yeah, that's the best way I could put it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the thing is, if I have to say to people that are left leaning and everything and stuff, you're giving ammunition to the people that are from the right. You're creating martyrs by doing that. That's not good for you. You give them, you say, no, it's not like that, but then you proceed to show them how it is like that, how it is how they say it. I don't consider myself right-leaning, but I can see why they think the way they think and how you're giving them ammunition. It's almost like if they're right, because you're proving them right. Every step you're doing like that. Yeah, let's cancel this, let's cancel that, let's cancel that. And they're talking about well, you're censoring everything. We're not censoring. We're not. But you can't talk. Dude, and all this time you were fighting because your voice needed to be heard.
What are you talking about? You can talk, but But you're gonna lose your job.
Yeah, you're gonna lose your job, and you know, me not being able to talk. I mean, come on now, that's just semantics. We're not, let's play on words. Come on now, you know what I mean? It's just they're right, and people are right. You're making them right, and you're doing the same. You're using the same tactics that they're using. That's crazy. Whatever.
Well, tell us what you guys think in the comments below. We want to hear from you. Today's topic. So we made a video a couple weeks back, you know, talking about how black people can also be.
Excuse me. It's all systemic. So black people cannot be racist.
Here's the thing, right? And so when we made that video, so many people got mad, and they're like, "No, we don't have the institutional power, etc., etc." And I had one girl drop in my DMs one time. She got super upset. Who told you can make this kind of statement? There are sociologists who've studied this stuff, who've done the work and done the research. And yes, and there's other sociologists who disagree with them. Here's the thing. I don't understand what's so complicated about what we said. Based off the Webster Dictionary, which is the definition that most people operated on for a long time, that it includes prejudice. It includes, right? And the definition is pretty simple. All this systemic and institutional power that you guys are talking about, that's come afterwards. And it's not a definition that's been acknowledged by most people. I don't understand why the idea of individual racism is such a foreign concept to people. If racism couldn't happen on an individual level, why would you invent terms like institutional racism and systemic racism to differentiate the different forms of racism? You put those prefixes because you understand that there are different manifestations of that thing, right? And so we can't look at this and be like, oh, this definition doesn't make sense. Why would you guys use this, and act oblivious to why people don't subscribe to this university type definition, when in reality most people have never subscribed to that. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I don't understand what the point of that dialogue is. One can acknowledge that the dominant society has more abilities to be impactful with their racism, and also recognize that individuals from a less dominant society can also be racist. It's like, you know, I wouldn't go up to a white person who's grieving over the lost one and I ask, how did they die? And the person's like, well, it was a hate crime. The racist black guy cut off his head and then strung it around and said, I hate white people. And he's a racist, he's foul. I wouldn't be like, well, actually, he's just prejudiced. Like, what's the point of adding that to the conversation? You can acknowledge that certain groups are better at it and also still say it's the same sport. You know what I'm saying? It's like, when I watch basketball in Thailand, I don't go like, that's not basketball, just because black people can do it much better. It's still the same sport.
Everybody knows Pee Wee hockey ain't hockey.
You know what I'm saying?
It's just little.
You ever seen Thailand basketball? Okay, they're trying. God bless them. You know what I mean? Shout out to my Filipinos. You know what I mean? I respect you guys.
But
it's still the same sport.
I wouldn't diss them in Thai boxing.
That's it, man.
They murking there.
Remember that video of the Asian guy who was getting beaten up by black people? And they're like, we hate Asians. And they were beating him up and they were throwing stuff at him.
Prejudice.
And then people were like, oh my God, that's... And then a whole bunch of black people came out and was like, actually, what we're looking at is a manifestation of white supremacy, because the reality of black people is that black people cannot be. For when you live in systems of inequality, there is no way for you to engage in equal type of action. Brother, this is just a reaction to the Asian people being bad to black people. Fight the power. This is Abba Zaba Zulu Kang.
Get the fuck out.
Good morning, Niga says, Niga says.
Don't get your hotep ass out of here. Get the fuck out of here. No, black people cannot be.
Yeah, it's just like
their cannot be effective.
Yeah.
Therefore, it does not exist.
It's like saying a woman can't be violent against a man because women are physically less strong. These kind of arguments are bad.
Not because they're less effective at it, that they cannot, slap the shit out of you.
Exactly. So one can acknowledge the reality of systemic. One can acknowledge institutional. You can acknowledge all these aspects and also recognize that even though you're a minority and you have less power, you can still engage in that behavior on a smaller scale. Still the same word. And it just, I don't know, it just seems very disingenuous and seems very slimy to come into a conversation where someone suffered a hate crime and be like, yeah, it wasn't It's just prejudice. I don't know. If someone who's a minority says white people are inferior, they're disgusting, and their pigmentation is an abomination, and black folks are the superior race. That's the textbook definition of. And I know this to be true because right now there are activists trying to change the dictionary definition to include the institutional and the systemic aspect. So if they didn't acknowledge that this definition exists and that's the most used one, they wouldn't try to change the dictionary. So it just whenever I see this talk, it's not conducive to good dialogue. What did you want to say about this whole black people can't be?
Oh, just it's a possibility. I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not gonna permit you to have a better job, but it's still there. It's still the act is there. It's not as effective, but it's still there. Black people can be. I was having this conversation with someone about this thing exactly, and that person was like, "No, black people cannot be." Yes, they can. No, because whenever they hate white people because not because they feel superior to them, and if they do, it's mental issues. I headed out. I'm like, I'm out.
You want to hear something funny?
Go ahead.
You know how they always say like police is a institution?
Yeah.
And that police officers are a reflection of that institution?
Yeah.
What do they always say about black cops?
They're the same. They're part of the institution.
Or they're oftentimes worse than the white counterparts.
Yes, absolutely.
So when those black cops are enforcing that institution, are they engaging in prejudice?
To me, it's just and trying to keep your job.
But that's their argument. That's they're saying. That's what they say.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, well, would you look at Uncle Ruckus and saying he's being prejudiced when he's doing?
He hates black people.
He thinks they're inferior.
He thinks they're inferior.
It's just prejudice.
Yeah.
You can internalize, but you can't externalize it. I don't know, man. It's just. To me, just
c'est comme les gens ils s'entendent pas parler.
Yeah.
They don't hear themselves talk out loud. It's like when you say stuff like that, say it out loud. Just repeat it a few times. You know what I mean?
And then sometimes Americans will get off and they'll be like, "Well, you know what? You're not from here, so you don't." What do you guys think that only existed in America?
But it is.
Do you think that slavery's only existed in America?
It's American made.
Do you not realize
made
that
in the USA?
Do you not realize that there's still slaves in parts of Africa right now? Look at Libya. You guys don't have a monopoly on what it looks like. You don't have a monopoly on the definition.
No, but they're the best at it.
I don't know. It's just when I hear this stuff, I'm like, ugh, and just ugh. This is not an excuse. We're not caping for white folks. It's just when I'm having a discussion and someone stops to be like, when you're discussing these hate crimes, just understand it's prejudice. I'm like,
first, you're not helping anything to the conversation. You're not adding anything. It doesn't make the situation evolve or the understanding of what's going on. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's just some. It's like when you were watching pop-up videos. It's like, I don't care if the sound man went out with the sister of their lead singer. I don't care. That's what you're doing. Oh, did you know that? I don't give a You're not helping the conversation. It doesn't go further. It doesn't do anything. You're just stalling the conversation, and it's mental masturbation that you're doing. Look, I know. Out of here.
And if you look at the definition of prejudice in the dictionary, it's included in the definition of.
Yes.
So, I don't know. So anyways, that's all our thoughts. Hopefully we never have to cover this topic again. Let us know what you guys think in the comments below.
Well, we will, because people are not that smart. Yo quiero mi morena, tan rico que se ve, morena, mira como mueve, así, morena, mira como goza, mi morena, mira como toma, mi morena, tan rico que se ve, morena, mira como mueve, así, morena, mira como goza, mi morena, mira como toma.
Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark. Today's topic, our favorite boy, Darius M. Now that legal proceedings will be starting in the near future, we decided we would cover more of his videos.
Hey, Darius.
This video is going to be about a woman being controlled by her emotions. Continue to take the red pill. It is paramount. You must do it. Don't skip a day. A red pill a day keeps the child support, alimony, and the court system away. Women.
Due to their phones and dating apps and social media platforms, they can hook up with any guy. They have the freedom to roam about. Remember, girls just want to have fun. All it takes is for your woman to be out and about at the grocery store, pumping gas. She meets a guy and he says the right words to her, gives her the butterflies. It's an unfortunate truth. It's uncomfortable. Women live in the moment. And now your woman is bent over on another man's couch, getting rammed. Who's going to bring her the most excitement? That's what she wants. All it takes is for her to go out that door, give you a kiss goodbye, and now she's single. She's always single.
You need a hug. Poor thing. It's poor thing, pal. I was like, this guy is this guy is that. But I really feel bad for you. It must be hard being you.
You know it's hard? Seeing women that way and then having to race to them.
Yeah.
When people say, yo, why are you single? It's because every woman is single. You can't be in a relationship with a woman who could be pumping gas, and then a dude comes in and now he's pumping her. I saw you talking to that girl. You trying to fuck. It's the same thing.
Why you keep on answering your phone? Who the hell is mom? That's my mom. You're lying. All you men are trash.
Today's segment is going to be about Girls' Night Out, what they do and what this means. First of all, they go in packs, 4 to 5, or maybe even more.
I'm glad you understand what girls plural means. Yes, girls' night out means they go in a group. I'm glad you've done the math, Darius.
They go to clubs or bars or different events just to wreak havoc and cause chaos. They go out there to be permissive.
Boy, if you don't get the fuck out of here, if you don't get the fuck out of here, bruh, Oh, wow.
To be whores. They go out there for attention.
You think guys don't too? With the bling, with the popping champagne? What you think they just want to be with? No, we just want to be with us gentlemen right here. We're going to have a discussion, popping that champagne, that Moet, that Don P. What do you think?
They go to a club or a bar with the pack of sluts, and...
You know what's crazy about hearing his language and how he talks about women? Is like, he's got 2 daughters.
Yes.
What are the odds God was like,
Yes.
this is what I'm going to give you?
Yo, God got a sense of humor. That's funny as
What they do is they get in the clubs for free, or $5 to $10, while men have to pay $40 to $50 to get in.
And the reason for that is because they want to get more women there, more men, more spending. That's it.
If you guys weren't so thirsty and desperate for ladies, they wouldn't be paying ladies to go to clubs more. The reason why women get paid to go to clubs more, or they don't have to pay as much, is because they win by having more ladies. That's it. Do I think it's fair? No. Do I think it's right? No. But at the same time, it's men's fault.
For the same reason the reason why you got to pay for OnlyFans is the fault of men. You've been sending pics out there, plummeting the pic industry, right? They could have been asking and paying for pics. No, some of you degenerates sent pics for free. Then the market plummet. And what happened? It's just easy to have. It's just available. And wherever you see pics. And now we could have a business with that.
Okay.
You know? Only mams.
Then men have to pay a coat check for $10, $15. On top of that, you got to go buy the drinks. So you telling me that's a good investment for a good 4 hours worth of entertainment? That's a light bill for me. That's my cable bill.
Then don't go.
Or choose better spots. I don't spend nearly as much when I go out. So I don't know why you're paying that much. Maybe you need some better discipline with your finances.
It's not an obligation.
It's not an obligation.
If you want to go to the club then, and it's not for the ladies, obviously, the as you call them, then you don't need to pay all that money, right? You can go anywhere, a little bar, have your beer, and chill.
I'm confused.
There's no coat checks.
I'm confused. He disparages women. He calls them terrible.
Yeah.
He calls them the worst.
Yeah.
But then, why are you going to the club if you don't want to be around these people?
That's what I'm saying. go to a bar and be with your homies.
You know what I'm saying? Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. So VPN is basically an application or a web extension that you could use on your web browser or on your internet to mask your IP address, basically hiding your location from whatever website you're interacting with. Now, you might think, why would I want to hide where I'm at? It doesn't matter. Well, unfortunately, there are places that block you based off of your IP address. And so if you're trying to view online content, download certain things based off where you live, those things could be restricted. Now, I like watching TV shows, feel me? Sometimes they're foreign, feel me? And when that happens, basically I use a VPN to be able to bypass that so I can watch what I want to watch, because I feel like the internet's at its best when everything's accessible. If you use promo code ABBA and PREACH, you get 83% off plus 3 months free. So take advantage of the deal, watch what you want to watch, and don't be restricted by anyone's barriers. You deserve to go wherever you'd like to go.
I'm not going out there just to get rejected by land whales or single mothers.
No, you get rejected because you're undesirable. Maybe if you knew how to talk to people or you had some game, then you wouldn't have this issue.
Or you wouldn't be so hurt. I don't know what happened, bro.
You're referring to all of them as land whales? Maybe if you lived in the city, or I don't know where you live, right? Where there's attracted ladies, you wouldn't say that. That's a you problem. That's a you problem. Man, you seem to have so little confidence in game to me. That's just crazy to me that you act like this coach who knows it all. It's like, bruh, just because you can't pull doesn't mean other people can't pull.
I remember.
But because you're meeting land whales or getting rejected by ugly women, oh, they're the problem. No, it's because you're unlikable. And judging by your attitude in these videos and the way you talk to ladies, I'm not surprised.
There's someone that came to Hugh Hefner one day. He's like, yo, damn, Hugh, how the hell did you get all damn bitches? And there was girls next to him. He's like, well, first of all, I don't call them bitches. You know what I mean?
If you had a spectrum, he's like on the opposite end of like that red hair feminist who just screams, excuse me, excuse me, I'm not done talking. Women hold up half the sky. It's like, all right, bro, we get it. He's the opposite end of that spectrum. It's just like everything you hear. And I'm like, bro, you're raising daughters? Yeah. And you talk that way about all women? Every woman is single. They're all just waiting to get pumped. Ugh. You know, there's this idea that like promiscuity is like crazy right now. It's through the roof. Do you know what the average is? The average amount of partners that most people have? I think for women it was like 7. You know what it is for guys? It's like 8. Imagine being in your like 30s or whatever. You've been with 7 or 8 people. Now, of course, to scale, some people have been with more, others have been with way less. But people act like everyone's just every weekend. Let's go. We running a train.
That's not what the hell happens.
People exaggerate the numbers so much. Now, is it true that we are more promiscuous today than we were before? Of course.
But we should be.
People are less shamed for what they want to do. That goes for men and for women. Mm-hmm. Men are out there doing more dirt. Women are as well. But people talk like, man, she was on the carousel. She was on. It's like, bro, it reminds me of how like people like, oh my God, black man can't stop being with white women. Meanwhile, 88% of black dudes are married to black women. It's like people have a perception and they think, you know what it says? Like it's like perception is reality.
Yeah.
So everyone thinks it's way higher than it actually is. And it's just interesting to me that he talks about like this or that, and I'm gonna criticize these people and criticize this. But then we do a react video and he's like, I'm calling my lawyer. You realize how much of a fragile person he must be to hear critiques.
And being like, I'm going to my lawyers, you can't do this, you can't.
You know what he cried about? He said, he's hurting my market value because his critiques are making people turn away from my content. It's like, no, your words are making people turn away from your content. All I did was shine a spotlight and add some commentary. That's it. I can't make you look worse than you make yourself look.
And you cannot be mad at the fact that people are shining light on what you're doing when you want people to share. Yeah. Someone's going to share it to us and we're going to see it and we're going to shine some light on it. Yeah. I mean, that's what you want. People share. And as much as people are going to turn away from your words, people are going to go onto it, whatever. You got to follow him. That's cool.
Yeah. I cringe when I see this dude, and it just speaks to the fact that men sometimes have so few access to mentors that they end up falling for dudes like this. It speaks to how our society has failed to give men, one, partially role models, but also 2, resources to learn how to deal with relationships, how to deal with women, do all this stuff. It's like, if nobody gonna teach me, the streets will. Whether it's pickup artists, whether it's keys to the VIP, whether it's whatever it is, that's who they're gonna learn from. So I think this speaks to a larger problem of like men just not having good resources of where they can get good male role models and also solid reasoning and ideas behind these things. And I think that's where you see this sphere that's really popping right now, and it's like profitable. But it's honestly a lot of garbage advice. So that's my take on all that.
I don't have to smear some more. You said what you said. And
Amen. Amen. Listen.
Rico que se ve, mira como mueve, mira como goza, mira como toma, yo quiero algo morena, tan rico que se ve, mira como mueve, mira como goza, morena, mira como
Today's topic, we're going to follow up from the guy who brought you.
I managed to find a girl there. And by that time, I met her. We were just friends. It was chill. She was actually a terrible human being.
This man is killing me, B. My man.
That's when I first met the first girl in my life that wanted to be with me. And I spent 7 years with that girl, and I regret it very much. And I felt like I was gonna search YouTube for people with the same issue as me, and that is being really unattractive.
We bring you an update video. Yeah, just for a little bit more context. Originally, his video, he was really hard on himself and really felt like he wasn't going to be able to find anybody, etc., etc. He's too ugly, and sure enough, he seems to have found somebody.
Hey there, and welcome to another video.
Hi.
This is just a simple update video. For obvious reasons, I haven't made a video in like, what is it, 5 weeks, I think? 5 weeks or so. Because Lullaby is here. He's finally here.
I've been distracting him.
My nigga's getting. Oh, yeah! You already know what's happening. Hey, you already know. They doing the grown up. They're doing their taxes. They filing as a married couple. You already know.
Some boots.
Knock some boots.
Knock some boots. You know, when you go, you have to knock your boots before you go in. Yeah.
I'm happy for you, bro.
Yeah, channel is kind of declining a bit, and the Discord server is kind of dying because of it, but it is kind of important for me in my life, so...
Good. Value your real life relationships. Someone's in front of you. Don't forsake your time with them to spend time with people online. There's a person in front of you giving you physical proximity. Don't be up on the Discord wasting your time.
That's right.
Anyway, we're gonna talk about how we met, right?
Mm-hmm.
When was it? February 3rd?
Yes.
So we started writing to each other February 3rd. She found me through my YouTube channel. She wrote to me on Discord. And after a few weeks or days, I don't remember, we started liking each other. And how long time did it take before we met? February. We met in like March, June. I think we met in...
When I came here?
Yeah.
That was like the beginning of April.
Yeah, April. Oh wait, so it wasn't even in March, it was March.
Damn, bruv, how much you been fucking that you don't remember? Live your life. Oh,
what do you mean fucking?
Live your life.
What do you mean they were distracted?
We mean you've been distracted.
I'm very bad at these things.
I mean, I am too, but...
Yeah, we've been just having lots of fun, getting to know each other better, bonding.
Stop. You know, if you were laughing, he's like, we've been having lots of fun getting together, and I heard bondage, and I was like, huh?
Bondage.
He really just said bonding, but I heard bondage because of your laugh.
We've been to the cinema, we've been taking walks.
Ride bikes.
Yeah, we share a common interest. So we play games together, watch movies.
Yeah, we've been playing Rust, and
We're playing through Knights of the Old Republic on the TV together. Yesterday we shot hoops. For those who don't know anything about sports or anything, that's like basketball. You shoot with a basketball at the cage. So yeah, lately there hasn't been much videos. I've been pushing out the stream here and there when I've had the energy to do so. Sometimes it's a bit...
God damn, girl. You're draining him.
What do you mean draining him? He literally said, he's not draining him. He's the one who's pushing out the stream.
Oh.
When he's had the energy.
In the cage. Shooting, hoops. Balls deep.
Well, good for this guy. I'm just happy for him.
Yeah, I'm super happy.
Now, look, part of that is also like he broadcasted himself to the world via YouTube, so that doesn't hurt your chances. Considering he is also not that outgoing necessarily.
Exactly.
It makes it harder. But it does go to show that, considering that they're still together and they're working and they're enjoying each other's company, there's somebody out there for you or a few other people out there for you. Just got to find ways to make that work. Sometimes that's across international borders. Who knows? It's not easy.
I don't agree, but it's okay.
What do you mean?
No, there's not going to be someone necessarily for you. If we take the different parameters, right? The distance, you likable to meet that person, or just timing, and some of y'all are going to die alone.
Just because someone's going to die alone doesn't mean there's not someone out there for them. Those two things are very different.
Cool. I don't think there's someone for everybody.
Yeah, there's somebody. Most people can be loved by somebody in this world. It just doesn't mean that you're going to be together.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
Do you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, cool. We agree.
Yeah, okay.
We agree.
Yeah, I'm not saying everyone's going to end up with somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not what I was saying.
Okay.
I just said there's someone out there for everyone.
Okay.
The same way there's a car out there for you. Don't mean you're going to get it.
No.
Right?
Don't mean you can afford a Lamborghini.
Exactly. But at the end of the day, it's just good to see stories kind of turn out well and to see somebody be able to improve on their situation. And I think that's something that most people should be able to take away from this. There is something out there for folks. I thought that was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on the whole matter at hand?
I'm happy for him. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
It's super dope that everything worked out. I'm happy for you.
Yeah. And
if it doesn't work out at the end, take that as an opportunity to know that it can still happen.
Yeah.
So, it's not infinite or definite or whatever. It's not, it's not cast in stone. Things can happen, but know that you actually can.
Yeah.
Obama.
And think about it too. He was brave by putting himself out there and saying a lot of this stuff. And recognize that if you're in a similar situation where you feel like there's no opportunity, like you have to make some effort to put yourself out there. These things may not necessarily come find you. Put yourself out there and you'll be surprised by the results at times.
Not necessarily going to work, but at least
you tried.
It increased your chances.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what happens. If you don't try, then yeah, you're definitely going to fail. So that's pretty much my thoughts on the matter.
If you don't try, you're definitely going to fail.
What do you guys think about this topic? We want to hear from you. So just don't give up, all right? And I know we laughed a little bit, we kind of cracked some jokes, but just also be sure like we're not mocking you and we're not trying to belittle you. We understand it's a real problem. But I would just say you don't have to give up. So that's pretty much all I got.
That's it.
At 36 years old, I'm going back to Haiti for the first time. I know this sounds strange. How can you go back to somewhere you've never been? But you have to understand, as a kid, everything around me was Haitian. My mom, my dad, my grandparents, my aunts, my uncles, my cousins, Haitian. So When I say that I'm going back to Haiti for the first time, I'm going back to the Haitian roots that I had when I was growing up. Haiti raised me.
Even sometimes when I say that I'm
Obi. Happy Friday.
Haitian. There's a hierarchy to this. I have a hard time saying that I'm Haitian because I never been.
I might consider myself a Haitian, but other people are gonna be like, yeah, no, you're not Haitian. To be a Haitian, you need to go there every summer. I'm Haitian, I go there every summer. Someone's gonna say to them, yeah, you're not Haitian because you go there every summer. You have to spend 6 months there a year. I'm Haitian, I spend 6 months there a year. Someone's gonna tell that person, 6 months a year? Boo, that's cute. You just started to do this 3 years ago. I did that for like 10 years. I bought a house there. I'm more Haitian than you. And someone's gonna tell that person, 10 years ago, boo, I'm born there. Natif Natal. I'm more Haitian than you. And then someone's gonna say, it can keep on going like that. But all them people that I named, all gonna say I'm Haitian. And it's in their head.
I was born in Grenfell Park, South Shore of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Grenfell Park, which is a city that is mostly English. South Shore, mostly French. Quebec, mostly white. Canada, mostly Canadian. Do I identify with that? A part of me identify with that. Where they lose me is where they really want to know where I'm from. Now I know there's a disconnect. You're saying you're Quebecer and people are quick to say, yeah, but where are you from? You claim you Haitians, your grandparents or your parents were quick to say, no, you're not. You're from Canada and the same thing, so you don't belong nowhere being a, second generation. You don't belong. You do not, and they make you feel you don't belong anywhere.
Everybody I meet in their second gen or even first gen, they all have those struggles. You'll never be enough.
You can say all your life that you don't care what people say. If people say that you don't belong, you say, yeah, I belong. Do you really? I don't know. Maybe you don't.
Regardless, you never stop searching for a place to call yours. The neighborhood I was living in was amazing. We were the first black family in that suburb area. But it didn't really matter. It didn't make me feel any type of way. No difference. But when I went to school, yeah, I knew I was different. They made you feel different, the teachers and the kids. The word nigger, I learned in school. Oh, yeah. Fights, violence, suspensions, detentions, racism, threats. Every day I had to fight. Every day I had to fight. I'm 10 years old, and for so long, after getting beat, told that you're not going to accomplish anything, you start to believe it. And I wanted to commit suicide. It's really just a solution, right? If I'm a problem and you remove the problem, then life becomes easier for everyone, including me. It would just be easier if I did not exist. So to make matters worse, my parents, they tell me I have to switch schools. I didn't want to go to this new school. I was comfortable in the trauma because I knew what to expect. The new school, I didn't know anything about it. So I was scared of the unknown. I remember the morning that I woke up to go to that school, I was ready to fight. And I got there the first day, a bit anxious. But I got there, and the first thing I saw was a lot of black people. And I was like, oh, snap, I'm home. At this new school, I was around people that looked like me. I could blend in. I was, for once in my life, the norm.
You know what? I don't even really know why you need your people's acceptance. But what I know, though, is that it feels good to have people that look like you, that go through the same thing as you, that understand what you're living. We in this together. No, having your people, having your back, it feels like a whole army. I had to have that. That saved me.
I don't identify with Quebec culture. I adapt to it. I had to adapt. I talk like them, I act like them. It's gonna be easier. And it was. I know it would have been far more worse if I didn't adapt.
Fait que quand j'ai besoin de parler en français, ça se peut que des fois je vais parler avec un accent, tu sais. Juste pour que le monde autour de moi. Déjà, cette barrière-là de langage est déjà à terre. Fait que quand que je parle avec eux, quand que je rentre dans un magasin, quand que la personne avait déjà ses yeux sur moi parce qu'elle pensait X, Y, Z de ma personne, ce qui va arriver, c'est que je vais lui dire « Hey, comment est-ce qu'il va? » Puis juste ça, parce que j'ai utilisé un terme qui leur appartenait, puis je vais leur dire « Hey, comment est-ce qu'il va? » Ça va le désamorcer. C'est pas que je m'identifie à lui, c'est que je m'adapte. Mais c'est pas vrai que je vais parler comme ça avec tout le monde. Quand je parlais avec mon monde, je parlais de différentes façons, avec différentes expressions. Juste question d'adaptation.
Problem is, when I'm around my people, if they sense that you adapted too much, they don't like that.
I'm trying to adapt to the Quebecers, and my people catch me. They're like, oh, you trying to be like them. Why do you say this like that, like a white person? I'm just adapting, right? It just slipped, you know what I mean? And that person makes you feel less than what you are.
You don't want to disappoint your people. It hurts, it cuts deep. Because as a black person, you don't only carry your own self, you kind of carry your whole people with you. It's not just you presenting yourself, it's you and the community. And you don't want to misrepresent that community. Because you want to bring pride to your people, not shame. And then you start questioning yourself. Maybe they are not my people. Maybe I don't belong. Belonging, you don't have to do anything. You just are where you were supposed to be. When your mama yells at you and she tells you, hey, can you put that thing back where it belongs? She doesn't tell you put that thing back where it fits in. That could be anywhere, you know? No, you put it where it belongs. It's supposed to be there. Fitting in, to me, it sounds like fighting in. That's what it sounds like to me. And that's a bit what it was. I had to fight to fit in. Belonging? Nah. That's belonging. I'm supposed to be there. I had questions about my Haitian identity just because I had to go back to my roots. I had to know. I feel like I need to belong to that because it's where I'm from. It's what brought me up. It's what I know. The language, the ways, the stories, the history. All of that is what I know. It's where I'm from. My parents are from there, and they nourished me with that. So I had to know. I had to see. I get to Haiti. They look at me, they look at the tattoos I got. They look at the dress, they look at what I wear, and they're like, stranger. But that falls quick. You explain to them who you are and they judge your character. Si me comprennent bien, deux grands moun sa haïtien yo soto cap, et puis ou même ou fait Canada, et kounya la ou retourner dans pays. OK. Bon, brother, Temzo, quickly. You say to them that you really just want to listen to them. And then they open up. Everybody's just, they want to tell you the best story they have and they're cutting each other off. All those things that my parents and my uncles do You know, the punctuations, the yo, stop talking, chill, let me talk. Okay, so you ready for this? Like it was the biggest thing he was about to tell you, but it's really just a normal story. It's amazing, just the way the people are live. They want to tell you something. I've recognized my people there.
It's like the first time that people told me that I'm Haitian. People from here, Natif Natal yo. Yo di mke yo, sa Haitien ou ye. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, brother, I'm Haitian.
Come back and see us.
Radiohead?
Cause I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell I'm doing here?
So today's topic, Preach has this really interesting theory on music and why it's changed so much over the years in certain genres, why certain genres have completely faded like rock music. I told you this, I love funk music.
Yeah, and I get
Love it.
I love it too.
And to be clear, when we say funk music, I'm talking about stuff like Sly and the Family Stone. I'm talking stuff like Funkadelic. Who's the guy? Well, obviously Earth, Wind & Fire is a pretty good example, but a little bit different. George Benson's a good one.
You try everything.
Yeah.
But that's not funk, but that's some other shit.
Bobby Caldwell.
Yeah. You try everything.
Big fan. But one thing I've noticed is that funk music over the last 15 years, there's new artists who come up, but they don't do it properly. It doesn't grip people like what funk used to do.
The music didn't change. It's the drugs that did. I think there's a correlation with the drugs they were doing and how the music came out.
Okay.
They were a lot of psychedelics back in the days, you know, Jimi Hendrix, all of that. The way the guitar was played is not the same. I believe they were playing and doing songs and they were seeing things with the drugs that they were using. And then the drugs changed, so the style changed. I mean, that song like, welcome to the jungle.
Okay.
We're up on the game. The beginning of that is very psychedelic. Not just, you know, that cocoa. It's other things.
Yeah.
It's other drug that makes you see things, you know what I mean? What they were taking just changed. You take the hip hop, back then it was very straightforward. Like, there were a lot of weed.
But it's interesting because it had a lot of Jamaican references at the time.
Yeah, because there was a lot of Jamaicans back then. It changed. It was not just weed at first. It was other things and then other things. And then now it's like all lean and synthetic things that makes you just mellow down. That's why the beat went from Onyx Slam to the Migos, which is much mellow. And the pattern that they use to talk, they repeat a lot of stuff because that's what it makes you do.
Yeah.
Essentially. So I think that's what happened. You know,
but even the dancing reflects that. It used to be high energy, jumping around, whereas now it's completely like
it's one thing, you know.
Right? So it's a different yeah.
That's a dance. In the 90s, that was never dance. That's
Remember the Running Man?
Your Running Man had to be energetic. It's just everything changed. Back then as well, you know, there was dance music, there was house music, there was a lot of speed and other things that makes you hype. Now it's really different. Look at reggae. The reggae, they were on what? Yeah, that Puff Puff Pass. What are they on now? Same thing. Did the reggae change? No, the dancehall did, because the dancehalls were following the trends of the hip hop. And the dancehall did, but the reggae is still on the same thing. And the mood hasn't changed that much from the 70s to now. The rock steady and all of that, it didn't really change. Boom, do-do-doom, do-doom, doom, doom. They're reusing the same beats as back then. Look at new artists are coming out. They're young, but they're still on the same kind of flow. The beats are kind of the same. Maybe there's more of an influence from hip hop, yes, but the flow still stays the same.
Yeah.
So
that's so interesting. A lot of people don't recognize this, but most of the artists that used to be prominent from the 70s till the late 2000s, like they were all on something. They were all taking substances in their creative process. Yeah. Most of them admit it in their music or in their biographies afterwards. Yeah. There's pretty much no artist you can name that kept them clean the whole time.
Yeah. And it's funny because the old school hip hop, I was talking to you about that before, and the old school hip hop heads are complaining about the new school hip hop heads because, oh yeah, they're doing that mumble rap. But back then they were talking about selling crack, where all the mumble rappers are the products of the people they were selling crack to.
Do you think those two are necessarily related though? Because I'm
not gonna say it's necessary. No, I'm not saying it's exactly that. I'm saying it's funny that.
I also raised something else. Is like people nowadays, from what I've come to understand, don't study music.
No, they don't.
That was super interesting to me. It's like the study of actual like how to make music, that breakdown. That shit's out the window.
Actually, back then, there was only one person that was really bad at what he was doing. It was Ringo from the Beatles. He was a horrible drummer.
Who's the old guy right now, the black guy who exposed him? Quincy Jones. Because he said he worked with the Beatles.
Yeah, and
he said the drummer there was just terrible. Yeah. So they had to replace him. Basically, nowadays, a lot of people don't study music. For me, that study of music is so important. You can be talented, and that's great. But if you don't have a fundamental understanding of how things work, not only will you not last, but your work will not last. It's like NBA players who don't have their fundamentals down. Yeah. You can be as talented as you want, and it'll give you 3-4 year spurts. Yeah. But longevity, you have to understand the game itself in order to be able to last and to maximize your ability to win.
Yeah.
And so there's always that separation. It's even like that with comedy. Like people don't have a fundamental understanding, and so they can put out some good content for a short period. But if you want to talk about having a body of work and making work that is timeless
and consistent,
you got to understand.
Yeah, absolutely. Eddie Murphy. Yeah. Like I saw Eddie Murphy at SNL. Yeah. It's impossible to leave that long, not do rooms, not do acting,
and be that good,
and come back and be that good. Yeah. It's almost impossible.
Yeah. He understands. It's like some people, it's like D'Angelo, right? He took his hiatus for like 14 years and came back with an album. And you know, guys, when they have a huge success album, they come back 15 years later, it's doo-doo. But in this man's case, that album is not only great, but it gets better with time. Because he knows and he understands his own evolution and stuff like that. So for me, I just like, okay, artists today don't have that understanding of music. It's like 1 to 2 layers.
Yeah.
I mean, the music today has only 1 to 2 layers of how good it is.
But it's deeper than that. Music that is timeless is deeper than that.
Always.
And that's why it's sampled and resampled and resampled. Because there's layers to that.
Well, it's funny because you could play an old song from the 60s and 70s and you feel like you put 4 songs in one song.
Yeah. There's songs that's been sampled, like just
different parts,
fragmented and fragmented so much. I mean, that's all that Kanye does. Well, what's her name? Nina Simone. I don't know how many tracks that Kanye took from Nina. The same track that he just chopped, one track, chop another bit, one track. It's like, he's using everything.
And to be clear, we're not one of those old people who hates new music. I love a lot of people, what they're doing right now. Yep. Big fan. I recognize the difference between the time, I didn't even grow up in that time. That's like my parents' generation. Pretty much. I recognize how their music is just, there was a quality to it that is timeless, to me.
Yep.
That is like inherently like cannot be denied. And nowadays, I don't know if we have that same quality. Because I'm not nostalgic about other categories. For example, anime, I think it's the best place it's ever been. Some people will be like, no, before. I'm like, no, today, right now, they're making the best stuff ever. I feel that way about a lot of industries. And so I'm not one of those people who's stuck in the past all the time.
Back then it was based on knowledge. Now it's based on trends.
Yeah.
Because they need to sell.
Yeah. And you know, this is not one of them shits that's going to sell, but...
One note.
Bruv, I knew what was coming and it's still hitting me and it's still giving me goosebumps.
One note.
Who's gonna start a song like this today?
It's just variation on that note, up and down.
I can't. I'm gonna get too excited. Like literally, my face is full. They're not trying to make it hit.
No. If it's that note, it's that note. I'm gonna play that note. I could play that note the whole song. I'm gonna play them 3 notes. At some point, my soul is telling me not even to be on beat. I'm just gonna feel it. Boom, 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 boom. I feel it. That's it. Oh,
bro, it just...
That shit is dope.
So that's why when I hear music today, I'm like, it's good. Like I can tell in terms of how it's like sequence, it's well done. But I don't know if it reached the level where it hits home for me. You know what I'm saying? Because I hear this stuff and I'm just like, what's happening? Like I knew I was gonna play this for you.
Yeah.
I listened to it earlier and I played it again and it still hit home.
Yeah.
And there's just certain works of art that do that to you.
Every time, home run.
Yeah. And I guess maybe the substances that they were taking at that time just enabled them to just focus on that feeling.
You doing that, you're seeing things, of course.
Good to know, because I think I'm going to just get back on the mush. But yeah, this is just an interesting theory. I really liked what he had to say about it, and it gives me a lot of stuff to think about.
I'm not saying that I'm right, though.
Yeah,
but
it's just a theory.
It makes a whole lot of sense.
Yes, yeah. It's also possible that it's just one of the many pieces.
Listen, you listen to the track and it sounds like what they took.
Yeah.
If I listen to Kurt Cobain, I listened. I'm so lonely. 'Cause today I found my friends in my head. I know what you took, bro.
Yeah. Radiohead?
'Cause I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell I'm doing here?
Sweet Home Alabama?
Sweet Home. Hey, give me that Jaeger right there. Okay, you're bringing out the Hennessy. I don't want no Hennessy. Bring the Jack Daniel. All right, Sweet Home Alabama. You know what he took.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit of this and some hard liquor. That's what it was. It sounds like it.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
I'm pretty sure I'm right on the money with this one.
But anyways, we want to hear what your theories are. Why do you think music has changed so much over the couple of years? Obviously, the industry's changed in terms of the independence and how people make money and all that stuff. But we want to know, in terms of the quality of the music, the timelessness of it all, why do you think it's changed so much? Leave your comments below. Just want to let you guys know this title is not clickbait. Some of Jubilee's producers have some stuff to say about us. Have you seen? Have you?
No, but I can't wait.
So for reference, just for context, we've covered quite a few Jubilee videos, sometimes positive, sometimes negative.
I don't like when other channels react to our videos. Taylor?
Disagree.
Dan?
Disagree.
John?
Strongly agree.
Jason?
Strongly disagree.
Kendra?
Disagree.
Tyree?
Somewhat disagree.
Ragini?
Strongly disagree.
Brandon?
Somewhat agree. Abba and preach.
It started, and it was like, I actually want to hear what these guys got to say.
Abba and preach.
You're just naming them now? Okay.
I do agree that sometimes when they're just being judgmental for no reason, then I don't like that either, but I feel sometimes some of the reaction videos are actually so funny. Like, I forgot this YouTuber's name, but he reacted to the ranking video. And I do think his reaction was better than the actual video because I was laughing out loud. Like, I couldn't stop laughing. But yeah, sometimes I think especially Abba and Preach, a lot of the things that they say do make sense, but sometimes they just mean for no reason.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. Can we be mean?
We have to decipher what is mean. You know what I mean? If it hurts your feelings, it's not necessarily mean. Maybe it's true. Now, are we trying to be not hurtful? No, we don't hide. I don't believe that we hide things or we try to be tactful or we try to be have tact or anything like that. But is it mean? If we were blatantly lying, I believe we would be mean.
I think this is one of the main fundamental problems with the internet, is that people with different temperaments and sense of humors are all colliding with each other. So the way me and Preach joke with our friends and the people around us is something that everyone's acclimated to. So they don't see it as necessarily being mean. It's just very tough. Even the army. I mean, the jokes are foul. Problem is now we're doing it on a public platform. So people who are maybe not used to this kind of humor or these kind of things feel like it's a little bit too harsh. Which, you know, listen, we make a concerted effort, one, to not do anything below the belt. No. But will I deny that sometimes we're super dry? No, it's true. You're right. We are super dry, and sometimes I'm not going to sit here and tell you I cannot understand how you could see it as being mean, because I can 100% understand. I just hope you understand that we don't do any of this with the intention to hurt people, and we don't do any of this with the intention to necessarily put people down, but I could also understand how people could view it that way.
Yeah, definitely. What I would suggest is, whenever you watch Ivan Preach, have a glass of water nearby. He always does.
Yeah, I'd be drinking lots of water. But you know what it is also? It's like, we've had people sometimes sitting on us when we're roasting each other, and they're like, can you guys take it easy? And I'm like, that's just how me and Preach talk.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, so.
I watch Abba and Preach videos, and I think every time I watch a video, it like hurts. Because I remember when Abba and Preach reacted to our video when Bonnie has a conversation with a Jubilee critic, watching that video, I think that ruined my entire week. I was very bummed because.
Okay, two things there. She didn't say she was reacting to a Jubilee critic. She said confronting my haters or something like that.
That was the title.
I took a huge issue with the phrasing of the title and the framing of the whole topic.
So I decided to start reaching out to some of our haters, particularly those who have commented on my own videos.
Okay, a big pet peeve of mine is that people categorize anyone who criticizes them as vegans. And throughout the whole thing, I didn't levy insults at Bonnie in terms of, how she looks or anything like that. Just her ideas. The idea that you can make such controversial topical commentary.
But you're not going to be able to take that.
Right? And there was something I felt like a little bit terrible about the idea that you're like...
This one is so long and it hurts my heart. I just keep saying this is a horrific way to handle this. That one makes me want to cry and lay down. There's something about the Me Too episode that's kind of horrifying for me. To tackle something that means so much to me and put so much work into it and then have it be perceived as negligent is really, really hard. It's so weird. It takes you back to being a kid where you want the bully to like you.
Do you not see that these topics are personal to everyone who's watching and that it matters to them just as much as it matters to you? You guys are both equal. We cover controversial topics. What we said about, for example, Trump and his ban, right? And a lot of people feel some type of weight. Just because those people had disagreements, and disagreements that I can 100% understand, I would not label them haters. And so that's what we took issue with. And I thought throughout the video there was a lack of insight there into, because I think you guys define yourself as a channel who loves empathy. But it just struck me as very tone deaf and a lack of empathy to understand where your critics are coming from. And just the title, even to this day, you guys have apologized for using the term hater, yet the title of the video is still confronting my haters.
So you're apologizing of using the term that you're using,
right?
While apologizing. I'm sorry I called you a the other day.
No, I'm sorry I'm calling you a the other day. You.
Yeah,
that's what she said.
That was a video where I put so much effort into, but I don't know. I just keep watching them. Even though I don't love them, I enjoy watching the videos and I learn a lot and I'm really curious.
Thank you. Like I said, none of this is malicious.
No.
At the end of the day, we try to sometimes be insightful, so sometimes the jokes go a little bit left.
If you watch us and you like what we do, I appreciate you. But if you watch us, you don't like what we do, and you don't agree with a lot of things that we say, but you're able to watch us to have another perspective, I appreciate you. But I also have a whole lot more respect. Not that I don't have respect for the others, but I'm like, okay, that person is able to go over their ideas and be able to be like, you know what? I don't agree with that, but there's something there. Yeah. And I'm going to listen to what they're saying. That's how you strike a conversation. Not agreeing, but be able, sometimes we don't agree, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, sure, I heard you. You heard me. I understand you, but it is what it is. People that are able to do that, I have a whole lot of respect. It's not about you love me or you don't. If you don't like me, but you're able to listen to me, then that's a conversation.
I'll also say this. You also have to keep in mind that we do compliment you guys on your videos, and we do see what you guys are striving for. The only reason we react to the content, one, sometimes it's cringeworthy, but sometimes it's poignant. Yeah. There have been a couple episodes where we're like, wow. We actually had one, I think it was like 2 of the producers were on the episode. It was like the white dude who talks really slow and the black girl with like the really nice smile, right? And we were like, this is a great video. Yeah. You know, even if we didn't agree with everyone on the panel, we thought it was insightful. Or the one with the parents.
The parents,
right?
the dads.
Or the dads and the daughters.
Yeah, the dads
right?
and the daughters.
So there are times where we give you guys credit because we think you guys do a great job. But it's also important to note, if you guys are going to cover these very difficult topics, understand some criticism is always going to be levied your way. Not even just from us, but also from your comment section, and a lot of it is very valid.
It's very dry. Our delivery is dry, and people, when they come to us, it's very dry as well. But we have to understand, some videos that we review, we take the criticism and we listen to your criticism. If it makes sense, it makes sense. If you have arguments, you have arguments. Remember that Doja Cat video? Yeah. We did the Doja Cat video. We went in with a stance. She came back and she's like, no, guys, that's not what it is. We listen. Yeah. If you come up with some good points, we're gonna listen.
The creative culture on YouTube is just encouraging everybody to just be kind of a jokester and a judgmental person with a pointy POV who never is serious and is always sarcastic and watches our videos to not feel empathy but to just poke fun at the vegan. I associate a lot of the reaction videos with the toxicity that we feel a lot of responsibility for, but at the same time I know they are playing the game fair. I just sometimes don't like the game.
Is it true there's a lot of snarkiness on YouTube? Sure. Is it true there's a lot of judgmental stuff on YouTube? Sure. The whole toxicity angle confuses me. I think people overuse the word only because, like, if you look at the overwhelming majority of like response to videos, it's positive and supportive. People only, it's just like in this video, right, where he mentioned like, oh, it really hurt and it ruined my week when I watched this one video. And yet the other videos where we say very positive things about what you guys have done don't necessarily factor into the equation nearly as much as the negative stuff. So what you deem toxicity is really just the small negatives having a larger space in your memory than the positive things that are said about you. You know, like even Bonnie, she was really hurt by some of the commentary and like the comments and negative feedback. The overwhelming majority of comments in regards to her video were positive. So
that's a human being.
Is it toxicity, or is it just that you only latch onto the negative emotions that are coming towards you and you associate with them?
But that's the human brain. The humans, the humans, exactly. The human tend to, I do it sometimes, tend to, really focus on the positive, on the negative. You do a setting from 1,000 people. If that one person on the front row has his arm crossed, you can be like, what's the problem with this dude? While 99.9% of the people are laughing.
I'm gonna get roasted.
Yeah, you're done. You're done. Bye, John. What a lot of folks don't know is we allow folks to monetize off of our content, right? And that's a deliberate choice that we've made, is actually that we could take away their monetization so that they're not making money off of using our content, but we actually give them that permission, and we think that's one of the ways that we continue to operate in the spirit of like our mission. Like,
I mean, if the commentary is done under fair use, it wouldn't be that great of a thing. But you know what? If you feel that way, cool. If you feel like you're doing people a service, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure we've covered that this is under fair use.
The fair use. But yeah, just a reminder of what it is for the people.
Well, fair use is the idea that when you use somebody else's work and you add commentary, it's transformative. Therefore, it's legal to be used without necessarily having to pay the original person. And that's why, like, who's the guy who made satirical songs of Michael Jackson?
Oh, you talk about the word Al Yankovic?
Yeah. He was able to use Michael Jackson's most famous songs and then use them openly and have them online because of the fact that he made a satire of the original, right?
But there's a couple of artists that forbid him to do songs like that.
They can try, but they'd have to go through the legal routes. But
Yeah,
fair
and
use
then
is
after that, it's on his part to either do the song or not do the song.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly.
Like, I'm pretty honored in some ways that PewDiePie is reacting to so many of our videos. He's like literally one of the biggest YouTubers ever, and the fact that he is watching our videos so intently and reacting to them, like, I think it's a great sign.
I don't watch YouTube in my spare time. I don't know who Ava and Preach are. I didn't know that they react to our videos. I only know PewDiePie because you guys told me about him, so I literally don't care.
I like Kendra.
Yeah, she was the one from the dating video.
Yeah. I remember her.
Yeah,
I like Kendra.
Well, Kendra, if you end up watching, there's mostly positive things to be said.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm like, yo, I don't watch them. I don't know who they are, so I don't care. And I'm like, I like that girl. Yeah. Because she doesn't care. She doesn't care. She's not hurt. She doesn't watch it. I'm with it.
At the end of the day, guys, like, listen, it's not the first time I've been told I'm mean. But it's also why in real life, I generally associate with people who are able to communicate on the same wavelength. And we don't see each other as mean, right? Humor is different from person to person, right? Some folks can go in on each other and clown each other on all kinds of crazy stuff. Some people can say all kinds of foul things. Like, you go into some locker rooms, God, you might see this toxic as someone who's not on the team. But for the team members, it's a different ballgame, right? I think I get where you guys are coming from. I would just say, like, again, it's really not malicious. And if you feel like we target, hit us up. You know, if you felt like something we said was unnecessarily mean towards you, hit us up and let us know why. You know, and if your apologies owed them, I promise you I'll give it to you. Listen, I'm not so prideful that I'm like, no, you don't deserve.
We were right.
Are we clowning? Are we cracked? Yeah, it's fun. You want to know why? Because when you're talking about a serious topic, it's nice to be able to inject a bit of humor in the middle just to cut the tension. Because being serious all the time, that's for the news. I think that's why we inject the humor, but it's not to deviate from the seriousness of the subject. It's just to make it more palatable. It's like when you're having very strong meat, right? And you're eating strong meat. They give you sides. They give you something to balance it out. Something maybe a little bit more acidic, right? A little sauce. Why? Because it makes it more easy to digest the meat that you're having. It's the same idea. So.
It's just, like you take your pills with water. Just so it's easier to swallow.
Exactly.
You're not going to take a dry ass pill, chuck it in your mouth, and then wait for that thing to dissolve. And, you take it to water. That's the thing. And comedy is the water.
Yeah. And the last
water, my friend.
The last thing I'll say is, like, listen, I think, me personally, I think you guys run a great channel, and I think you guys have ambitious ideas. I just think you guys miss the mark sometimes.
Maybe it's the editing.
Maybe. Who knows? But it's still missing the mark.
Sometimes it is.
It's still missing.
And you know what? Sometimes we're missing the mark.
Yeah.
So, it's understandable.
But I think I understand what you guys are striving for, and I think it's great. Which is why we react to the videos. And that's pretty much it. I think you guys will keep growing, you'll keep getting better. And we look forward to reacting to more of your videos and making more money.
Oh, because we're not stopping. We won't stop. We can't stop.
Puff Daddy. So
take that.
It's just funny, like, you guys hate when people react to your videos. Ava and Preach. I was like, God damn, we came up
not even an introduction, nothing. Just boom. But it's all good. I get it.
Hey man, you know what, guys? If you guys want to chit chat with us, you don't want to do a little Skype call, hit us
right here.
Hit us up.
You know where to go.
Hit us up.
We'll talk.
We'll chit chat. I promise you, you're going to see we're exactly the same way in the videos as we are in that Skype call, and we'll have a great conversation. You'll realize we're not nearly as evil and mean as you might think.
We'll go back on old videos that we watch and you don't agree on, and we'll explain more and more. If you want, I mean, it's there. Ball is in your camp.
Yeah.
Play the beat.
So that's it for today's video. I'm not playing that anymore.
No? Not anymore? Oh.
Yo quiero mi morena, tan rico que se ve, morena, mira como mueve, así, morena, mira como goza, mi morena, mira como toma, mi morena, tan rico que se ve, morena, mira como mueve, así, morena, mira como goza, mi morena, mira como toma.
Today's topic, and so somebody we know, a man, brought up a thing. He said, sometimes I meet women who are older and they've been very promiscuous, and it bothers me because I hate the idea of walking into a room and she may have, like, slept with some of the other dudes in the room or whatever.
And I said, to be fair,
You the hoe. Isn't that what I said?
That's what you said. And to be fair,
he it's okay.
It is what it is.
And hold on, before we go on in this, we have to establish a certain rule, okay? Because then we go out and we say the word hoe like that, and to your definition, it might be super bad. For me, being in a phase, it's a thing. It's not good. It's not bad. Yes, there are costs, there are consequences, but it's a thing. I don't frown upon you. I don't care about that. I don't care about if a girl slept with a whole lot of men, whatever, whatnot. To me, and I was saying that to the same dude. I was like, listen, if you wanna, you're gonna need girls that do it too. You wanna do it, you're gonna need girls that do it.
Yeah.
So yeah. Let's just put that in perspective. But go ahead.
I'm entitled to agree. At the end of the day, we're like, it's not something to shame people. It's just a fact. He is what he is. You know what I'm saying? Can't look at her sideways when you've done just as much dirt.
You go, and then
the
audacity.
What? Yeah.
The audacity.
Bro, I know you.
You gonna look at a girl and you're gonna be like, oh.
I've been in nightclubs with you, and like half the girls you did.
You know, you're gonna have the audacity.
I danced with a girl. And I'm like, yo, she got that special sauce you gave her. You feel me? Like, you got it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. I can't do nothing about that. But the main thing is like he felt like, you know, it's different when a guy does it, because if a man, so a lot of women doesn't have the thing.
I'm a key. And she a lock.
Yeah.
You want a key that opens all the locks. You don't want a lock that gets opened by all the keys. No, she's a human being and you're a human being, and we have needs. A key don't have need. A lock don't have need. It's more complicated than that.
And just because a metaphor sounds good, doesn't mean that it rings true. Okay. So that's why I always find it funny when dudes like go out and do their dirt and then look at women who do their dirt as if they're better. I'm like, bro, you've soiled yourself as well.
The motherfuckers that be in the strip club and be like, yo, look at that stripper. I'm like, nigga, you in the strip club with her. If she going to hell, you going to hell. What you talking about?
Yeah, it's crazy. Man.
It's hypocritical.
It's crazy.
To me, it's a bit,
But it raised a good question, right? It raised the question of, well, what is the price to pay for male promiscuity? Because we see it a lot of times, we glorify it, we think it's awesome. And I say, there is a cost.
There's a cost.
There's a cost. It's not just women who pay with their social reputation or whatever. Even men pay with their social reputation.
Definitely.
Get around enough, you're going to pay. You're going to pay at some point. People talk.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is, right? And if it's not that, and you can actually see it right now, even with celebrities who want to play willy-nilly, a lot of them have had to pay. Does that not lie?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Ask Kevin. Hey, what's up, Kev?
Right? But moving even beyond the promiscuity thing, right? There's also a cost in terms of, this is a weird one. You are indulging because you lack. The reason why you are gluttonous is because you lack discipline.
Pinor.
It's not because something feels good that it is good. Right?
Say that again.
Right? It's not because you can play that you should play. It's not because there's value in something that you should value. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Spit it.
I think, especially for men, there has to be an honest discussion. Like, you do it because of ego, right? That whole idea of like, I'm trying to do everything. I get it. I know because I've done it. It's ego. If we're being very honest with ourselves. And while you get to inflate your ego and do all this stuff and go everywhere and be in everybody, it doesn't mean that you're doing something healthy for yourself. And as you spend time, you start to realize like what you're giving away and what it's costing you, right? Whether it's your time, whether it's your energy, whether it's your emotional, physical sanctity, if you believe in that kind of stuff, there's a price to pay. Any indulgence in this world, you're going to pay a price. And I think especially with things like bedroom stuff, that price can be very steep. Very steep.
Mentally, you mean?
Physically too. If you catch the wrong thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Every time you go in, you roll some dices.
It can be taxing.
You roll some dices.
It can be taxing.
Right? So there's that cost, and that's something that I had to reckon with a couple years back, where I started to ask myself like a lot of questions in regards to like, why am I doing this? Where is this coming from? What does it cost me? Because it doesn't feel great. that high.
It doesn't feel.
Because it's an addict's high. It's an addict's high.
Yeah.
It's an addict's high. The dopamines you get when you go up to a girl and you chat game and she's down feels amazing. And you brag to your people. You right, all that stuff that people
and
do.
And is the after that you feel bad about it?
It could be right after you bust. It could be the day after.
Every time we bust, we feel content or bad about some shit.
There's levels.
Yeah, there's level to this.
There's levels.
Definitely.
I think once you kind of realize that about yourself, you have to start tempering yourself. And I think you're inherently trapped by your desires. You are. I still have little lapses here and there. I'm like, and I have to kind of try to bring myself back because it's a constant fight. Because
you mean not being able to say no?
It's hard. It can be hard sometimes.
Yeah.
Definitely. When it's been your crutch for so long to feel slightly better about yourself, it's hard to just walk away from that and then be like, I'm good now.
Yeah.
And so that's something that I've had to learn. And if there's any advice I give to young people, listen, it's hard for me to sit on this side of the fence and be like, man, you don't need to go through all that and touch all those people and do all that stuff to get here and feel good. Because when you see it everywhere on television and it's so glamorized, the ladies' man and all that stuff, then you want to go through that experience. And part of it is also true that it is a good skill to be able to talk to women, to feel comfortable and to do all that stuff. It's not an inherently bad thing, but that overindulgence and that kind of gluttonous behavior that we sometimes have towards intercourse and just being with women, that is very toxic. Whether it's a woman or a man, it's bad. So it's hard for me to tell young folks to like maybe not try to dive into that, but I still leave you guys this message so that maybe one day, if you're sitting there and you're going through and you're like, why? Maybe you remember this. I've told this to a couple of my people before. And like, I got it. And then they started like, man, you were right. And I'm like, I know, because I did what you did. And then some. So it's hard. It's hard because every day we get fed this. Every day we get told, if you want to be happy, get women. If you want to be happy, get their affection. What we don't get told much about is discipline. What we don't get told much about is how it's a sense of freedom to be able to control yourself. We don't get taught these lessons. And so when you're trying to move through life and to feel good about yourself, you just don't have much to fall back on.
To me, it's really, it could be good. It could make you feel good. It can help you actually to be on that side. It can. But then again, you have to understand why you're doing things, and you have to understand the dangers of doing certain things. Like drugs. You know, whenever you grow up, they always tell you drugs are bad, drugs are bad, drugs are bad, drugs are bad. Okay, why does it look so fun? Because there's that fun side to it. But like Abba said, it's not everything that feels good that it is. I'm not saying that all drugs are the same or whatever, whatnot. That's a different discussion or anything. But raising kids, I'm not only going to tell them that drugs are bad, drugs are bad. There's that. But you're taxing yourself. There's a cost to that. There's a cost whenever you indulge into that. But also what I have on my side is really what I understand is really just the image that people have of what it is to be promiscuous. Especially guys in that side. When you call out someone, it's like, it's whack. It's a bit hypocritical. If you want to do these extracurricular activities, you need people to play. You want to be on the volleyball team? You need other teammates. You can't just smash balls. Well, whoa, wait. You can't just do smashes like that alone. You can, but it's not a game, right? My father always told me, Eric, n'oublie jamais ceci. Quand tu pointes quelqu'un ou quelque chose, rappelle-toi qu'il y a toujours 3 doigts qui pointent vers toi. Means whenever you point somewhere, there's always 3 fingers that are pointing at you. So you like that's my dad. He's a white man. So you like doing extracurricular activities, you're gonna need players. Shaming is, to me, it's not the thing, but whatever.
I think it's even harder than that because you say like people be like it's taboo, but really in reality, people encourage their sons and to do a lot.
But they restrict their daughters.
They restrict their daughters, but they encourage their sons, even though it's super negative for us as well. But I just want people to know, like, it's not just women who pay a price for that kind of, you're paying a price.
Absolutely.
It's an indication of a lack of self-respect. To think like you're just going to indulge because you have an urge, knowing that very well that you're putting your health at risk every single time just because you have a feeling, just because you have like a little urge, you don't think there's a lack of self-respect there for your own physical well-being? It's hard for me to reconcile the two things. You know what it reminds me of? It's like when you're young and you can eat anything. Cheeseburger, you stuff it all down.
And
then later on, what happens?
When 30 happens, your metabolism is not as fast as it used to be.
Right.
And then you pack up some weight. There's a cost to that.
Right.
There's a cost. But then again, you didn't learn that discipline when you were a kid.
Yep.
It's going to be harder when you're going to be older.
Yep.
You know, most people that I know, they got it scared. You know, that's why they into fitness now and everything and stuff. But yeah, when they was kids, they were indulging in all kind of things. Whether it was drugs, whether it was food, whether it was everything. You know what I mean?
Yep. But yeah, you know, and I'm fortunate that my price to pay was more so just on the inside and stuff I got to deal with. But for other people, it's lifelong stuff. So some people, it's kids out of wedlock with women that they don't respect and don't want to be with. So they breed bad families. For other people, it's situations where this person is now part of their life because of the fact that they got slept with. Like, there's crazy stuff that happens. People have had their careers ruined. They've ruined other people's careers. It's crazy. So
toxicity from generation to generation.
Bro, you in death. I know dudes are like, I love married women. You're gonna risk your life because you got an urge?
Yeah.
Where's the self-respect? Where's the discipline? I'm not saying that having a life in the bedroom with people is necessarily bad. Understand why you're doing it. Understand, can you discipline yourself?
Yeah.
Do you really have that ability? If you don't, then you got a problem. You got a problem. And it's hard to acknowledge that, but it is. And what grown men will tell you that have gone through it and who have stopped, they'll tell you, man, yeah, a lot of it was not good. That's just my advice to y'all, and just like my thoughts on the topic. That's what you guys
Take off your wig, you big. Take off your wig.
I don't need.
Take. It is a wig. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. Leukemia? Do you have cancer? Oh my god, do you have cancer? You are such a loser. You're wearing a wig because you're bald. You're fat, you're ugly, you look deformed, you're poor, and you have cancer and no hair, and your wig's crooked, by the way, fix that. So, what's it like having cancer and having to wear wigs?
Well, it's great because people give me money.
You ever had a good house party?
Mm-hmm.
You know when you wake up and you go through the house and you're like, what the fuck is all this? I feel like I just walked into a giant mess and I don't even remember what happened.
Bottles everywhere. You don't even remember.
People
drinking.
passed out in the corner. You don't know. And then there's just this girl in the corner screaming, oh my god, do you have cancer? What a loser. Oh my god, were you just shot 7 times 50 Cent? Wow, you're such a goofball. Oh my god, are you literally about to have your last breath? Oh my god, you're going to hell. You're such a loser. Do you know where I'm going? No? Me neither. Oh my god, are you dead? You're such a fucking loser. Oh my god, are you just lifeless right now? What a loser. Oh my god. Let me check your Twitter. Oh my, do you have more followers than me? Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're like, who are you? And she's like, I live here. You're like, did you sign a lease last night? What happened? All this?
This is a giant mess. That's someone that has nothing to say.
People pay you to be ugly and bald.
No, people pay me because I'm dying.
You're such a loser. Basically, you're getting a welfare for special needs. So people give you money to like go away because they don't want to deal with you.
I guarantee you a lot of people would pay money for you to disappear as well.
Yeah.
People give me money to be plastic and to go off on people. Is that what it is?
No, I'm not
Yeah.
putting this in my video.
Yeah.
I'd get canceled. I'm never gonna get caught. My supporters will never know that I
just want to appreciate that she was just like, y'all are never going to find me. And the internet was like, you've activated my trap card. And they just smashed that shit. And
Uno reverse, Uno reverse, Uno reverse. +4, +4, +2, +2, +1. Uno out. That's what happened.
People say Michael Jordan's the GOAT. No, the internet's the GOAT. Undefeated.
Any people that has a following are being followed by people that want to dox them, that want to expose them.
yes, you get a lot of love from people, you get money and stuff, but there's some people, there's a small faction of these people are just waiting for you to fuck up and jump on that and pounce on you like a bunch of starving hyenas. Being a fan is actually a spectrum. You got the fans that are, you know, hey, good looking out, I like what you do, and they're gonna, you know, they're gonna recognize, gonna be like, hey, keep on doing your thing, and they're gonna leave it at that. There's a crazy fan that want to send you news, and the crazy fans that are fans. They do not like you, but they're still fans. Remember that girl? Every time she was jumping on saying, I hate Preach. You know your friend?
My what?
It's your friend.
My what?
Your friend.
My what?
It's your friend.
You better take that back.
No.
Then I don't know what you're talking about.
but yeah, that person that was going like, oh yeah, I like the duo, but I don't like Preach. Why are you on every video then? Commenting and bashing. There's a plenty of them that's like, I really hate you guys. Of course, you're gonna say some dumb like that. And they're fans because they stay there to watch. If you watch someone for his fall or you watch someone for his rise, you're still a fan. And yes, people can dox you.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, she just yells at the girl for another like 10 minutes, and then eventually what ends up happening is that she falls asleep. This is a whole other topic. But it's a genre where people pay money to watch people sleep. So they stream themselves sleeping, and people are paying money to watch, which is supremely creepy. I remember one time there was a girl who was sleeping, and she had 400,000 people watching her. Man, you know all those people who said, bro, when you sleep, you lose?
When you snooze, you lose.
Not this.
You snooze, you cash in.
Every minute you sleep is a minute that you could have been making money. And Twitch streamers just like, bro, that's crazy. But people do that. So anyways, while she was sleeping, people were watching her. And then her father, whom she lives with, was having an argument with her sister. And personal information was leaked, which therefore led to them finding out where they lived, doxed them,
where they work,
and then basically as a result, her father lost his job because they sent a video of her saying all this stuff to the father's company, which got him fired. So then he got rid of her and said, "You have to move out right now." And at that point, I think that's when the whole police thing happened.
Yes.
I need you at my house. I'm gonna be home in an hour. You better not be there.
I'm trying to delete. I can't delete it.
I don't know. You should have never had it on.
I was sleeping. I didn't know you were screaming.
It doesn't matter. You stop screaming in my house.
She's more concerned about maintaining the interaction with her audience and like adding them to the drama than having a dialogue with her dad. Listen, I don't know what kind of mental issues this girl's got. I don't know how much therapy she needs, but bruh.
What's that movie with Jim Carrey? It's
The Mask?
No, The Mask.
That's a good movie.
The Mask. The Truman Show. It's just a movie where he's born and everything around him is all a TV show. So everybody watches him in 24/7, but he doesn't know that he's being watched. But it's like kind of that thing, but they know and they want to entice that. She's filming everything. The social media is that. It's the second step of the reality TV. It's the second step. This is the second step. This filming everything like that. Wow.
I think people value their online relationships a lot more than their real life relationships, or feel very like close. It's one of those weird things why I always have like a weird thing with fans, even, you know, where I'm like, I don't feel connected to you guys, but I recognize that a lot of you feel connected to us.
Yes, because you see us every day. You know, when we were in confinement the first time, we were posting every day. We were part of some people's routine.
Right. But we're part of yours, but you're not part of ours.
Nope.
Which is why it's always weird to be like, this is what's going on. I just can't see myself doing that. The people, and I know some of you guys feel like, yo, we should, but I'm like,
no, we don't have to.
I don't feel that connection to y'all. And it's not to be like downplaying y'all or insulting. It's nothing like that. It's just the people around me know me. The people that I need to tell are the ones who are always going to know. I feel like people like this have a disconnect where they have no ability to separate their online relationships or their interactions there with real life. And I think it has a very
all right, that's going to do it for the stream.
Where her relationship with her dad, she doesn't care about it. Yeah. But the fans is more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the weird part.
The priority is all messed up.
It just cost me my job. Get the my house.
I could leave.
Get the my house.
I was sleeping.
Go to a hotel. I don't give a you get out.
I can't. I have no Wi-Fi. I can't book.
You get out my house.
Like telling me to leave right now, or he will like hurt me. My dad wants me to leave right now. I don't have a chance to move. I have no internet. He is saying that if I don't leave, that I will be like he is trying to hurt me.
There's a lot to unpack here.
What else is there to say that she's for the streets? She's the whole street.
She's the whole streets.
She's the whole block. She's the whole house party mess.
It's crazy. It's a dumb.
We don't have enough memory on this fucking memory card to cover all the problems that are in here.
No. It's crazy.
You need 10, 30 therapists to study this, bro.
Absolutely.
Bruh.
This is some crazy.
Bruh.
It goes deep. There's levels to this. Levels. She does not care. There's so much things that are, she doesn't care about their family.